Hey guys, tonight we're exploring anomalous zones in this world that defy all explanation. From the enigmatic vastness of the Alaska Triangle, where planes and people vanish without a trace, to other mysterious Earth vortexes across the globe, we delve into phenomena that challenge our very understanding of reality. These aren't just myths or legends. These are real, documented mysteries that scientists, researchers, and local populations still struggle to understand. How do these places operate? What forces are at play? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, what else is still out there, waiting to be found? From the icy grip of the Arctic to the turbulent depths of the Pacific, we'll uncover stories that push the boundaries of belief. So, before diving deep into some of the strangest unexplained Earth vortexes, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy our content. And tell us in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. It's always a joy to see how many people from around the world are ready for this journey. Now, dim the lights, close your eyes, feel your body deeply relax, leaving the tiring day behind. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our journey begins by defining what an Earth vortex truly is, a place where the conventional rules seem to warp and bend. But as we try to grasp these broad concepts, we'll quickly realize that the real mystery lies in the very specific, haunting incidents that occur within them. The real mystery lies in the countless disappearances and strange phenomena reported for centuries. Whether it's ships vanishing on calm seas or aircraft simply winking off radar, the question is, what force or forces are responsible, and why? The quest to answer that question opens up a fascinating debate. Now, let's break down the main theories, the physical evidence we have, and the glaring problems that no single explanation seems to solve. Asterisk, as we settle deeper into this journey, allowing the calming rhythm of our exploration to embrace us. Let us begin by gently unraveling the very concept of what we refer to as an Earth vortex, or more broadly, an anomaly zone. Picture, if you will, our planet not merely as a solid sphere of rock and water, but as a vast, living, breathing entity, a complex tapestry woven with threads of known geology and unseen forces. An Earth vortex, in its most profound and unsettling sense, is a geographical area where these natural energies, whether electromagnetic, geological, or perhaps something even more subtle and currently beyond our instruments, appear to converge, intensify, or diverge in highly unusual and unpredictable ways. These zones are often characterized by a noticeable and persistent deviation from the conventional, places where the expected laws of physics or the predictable patterns of geography seem to visibly bend, if not momentarily shatter. They become, in essence, natural stages for phenomena that challenge our deepest scientific understanding, defy logical explanation, and stir the very core of our innate human curiosity. Here, the boundary between the ordinary, the mundane, and the truly extraordinary often blur, allowing for unsettling glimpses into mysteries that have stubbornly persisted through the ages, resistant to our most rigorous and determined scientific inquiries. We are talking about locations that, in their subtle yet profound ways, resist full and complete explanation, leaving us with an undeniable sense of awe, a lingering question mark, and an almost magnetic yearning to understand more. These are places where compasses spin erratically, electronics fail without cause, and the very air might feel different from the dawn of human civilization. Long before the precise measurements of modern cartography or the sophisticated analysis of scientific instruments, our ancestors looked upon certain places with a profound mixture of reverence, awe, and a healthy, instinctive trepidation. Imagine early humans sensing a palpable difference in the atmosphere of a particular forest, or attributing the sudden vanishing of a hunter to the spirit of the mountain. Think of ancient peoples constructing colossal megalithic structures like Stonehenge, or the intricate alignments of the Nazca lines, often precisely situated and oriented with celestial bodies or geological features, as if attempting to harness or placate unseen forces. Consider indigenous tribes across every continent, from the Inuit in the Arctic to the Amazonian shamans, honoring sacred groves, mysterious caves, and towering mountains rumored to hold powerful, sometimes malevolent, spirits, or to be gateways to other realms. These were not merely superstitions born of ignorance, to be dismissed lightly. They were deeply rational attempts to interpret, integrate, and survive within environments that presented clear, undeniable evidence of forces beyond their immediate comprehension. Our collective human history is exceptionally rich with evocative tales of enchanted forests where seasoned travelers became hopelessly disoriented and were never seen again, of seemingly calm lakes that suddenly claimed ships and lives without a ripple of explanation, and of remote, desolate regions where the very fabric of reality seemed to momentarily suspend its usual, comforting sway. This ancient, enduring fascination with mysterious places is not a modern invention born from our technological age's insatiable curiosity. It is deeply woven into the genetic memory and collective consciousness of human experience, a primal impulse to seek out, to interpret, and ultimately, to understand the inexplicable. The legends born from these profound and often frightening experiences have been passed down through countless generations, shaping cultures, influencing spiritual beliefs, and enduring to this very day as persistent whispers of profound unresolved enigmas that continue to beckon us. Together, on this tranquil night, bathed in the soft glow of curiosity, we embark on an exploration that transcends mere intellectual exercise. This journey is a quiet invitation to gently ponder the inherent limits of our current scientific perception and to acknowledge the breathtaking vastness of what truly remains hidden beneath the surface of our everyday, often mundane, reality. It is about embracing the profound understanding that our world is far more intricate, far more dynamic, and immeasurably more wondrous than we often allow ourselves to believe. Each story we uncover, each theory we gently consider, each historical account we reflect upon, will add another subtle yet significant layer to our collective understanding of these truly extraordinary locations. These anomaly zones are not just isolated points on a map, marked by a curious, often tragic, concentration of disappearances or strange occurrences. They are, in a deeper, almost spiritual sense, resonant echoes of ancient mysteries, pulsing with an unseen, potent energy that has drawn humanity in, captivated our imaginations, and sometimes silently consumed those who ventured too close for millennia. As we journey through these hidden corners of our planet, we are not merely passive observers. We are actively reconnecting with a primal human impulse to seek out, to interpret, and ultimately, to understand the profound and enduring enigmas of our shared home, Earth. This exploration is a testament to our continuous quest for knowledge, a calm and meditative delve into the heart of the unknown, inviting us to find a unique sense of peace and wonder in its infinite vastness. And so, as we continue to drift gently through the landscape of these initial thoughts, we begin to perceive a subtle, yet profound, tapestry woven across our entire planet. It is a tapestry not of physical threads, but of unseen energies, ancient currents, and mysterious resonances that seem to bind these anomaly zones together. While each mysterious location we will explore possesses its unique characteristics and its own haunting tales, there is an overarching whisper, a quiet suggestion that these are not isolated quirks of geology or random aberrations. Instead, they might very well be interconnected, like intricate nodes within a vast, energetic network that blankets the Earth. Imagine our planet pulsating with a subtle, living energy, an intricate web that has existed since time immemorial, shaping not only the land but perhaps also the very fabric of localized reality in certain places. This idea invites us to consider the possibility that our Earth holds a secret, a grand design of power points and enigmatic pathways, where the veil between the known and the unknown thins in remarkable and often inexplicable ways. This notion of a planetary system of interconnected energetic points is not entirely new. Throughout history, various cultures, often independently, have conceived of invisible lines or grids of energy that crisscross our world, though their names and precise interpretations differed. From the dragon currents of ancient China to the spiritual pathways revered by many indigenous traditions, the underlying concept was remarkably similar, that certain geographical alignments possess an inherent power, a subtle force that can be felt, utilized, or sometimes disruptively manifested. These ancient understandings hint at a deeper intuitive awareness that our ancestors held regarding the Earth's more subtle dynamics, a wisdom that modern science is only just beginning to tentatively explore and, in some cases, rediscover. Perhaps these zones, where inexplicable events occur, are merely the most noticeable expressions of this global energy pattern. Places where these natural forces become so concentrated or so distorted that their effects become undeniable, leaving tangible, albeit puzzling, marks upon our reality. In embracing this perspective, we gently broaden our curiosity. We move beyond merely cataloging individual mysteries and begin to seek the threads that might weave them into a grander, unified narrative. What if the erratic compasses and failing instruments in one remote corner of the world echo the strange disappearances in another, seemingly unrelated, locale? What if the unsettling feeling reported by explorers in a vast wilderness shares an unseen connection with the perplexing visual phenomena witnessed over distant waters? This journey is an invitation to view our Earth not as a collection of separate, disconnected landmasses and oceans, but as a holistic system alive with intricate, dynamic forces. It is within this expansive framework that we will now prepare to embark on our deep dive, starting with one of the most enigmatic and awe-inspiring of these zones, the vast and untamed wilderness of the Alaska Triangle. With each step we take, we will not only uncover the specific mysteries that define these places, but also continue to build our understanding of the profound and often humbling interconnectedness of our mysterious planet. As we gently make this transition, allow your mind to settle, knowing that you are part of a shared human quest, a quiet journey into the very heart of the Earth's enduring whispers. Now, with our minds gently broadened to encompass the possibility of a planetary network of subtle energies, we turn our gaze northward towards a land of breathtaking, yet often terrifying, beauty, the vast and frozen expanse of Alaska. It is here, nestled within its towering mountain ranges, sprawling glaciers, and seemingly endless forests, that we find perhaps one of the most compelling and perplexing of all Earth's anomaly zones, the Alaska Triangle. Unlike its oceanic counterpart, the Bermuda Triangle, which claims its victims from the unforgiving sea. The Alaska Triangle exerts its mysterious pull over the rugged, often impassable terrain of the land itself, and the icy, treacherous air above it. We are speaking of a place where the grandeur of nature meets an unsettling enigma, a convergence that has quietly, yet relentlessly, puzzled humanity for generations, drawing in and sometimes swallowing those who venture too deep into its heart. Geographically, this area is not a precisely drawn triangle on a map, marked by easily identifiable coordinates or neat boundaries, but rather a vast, loosely defined region that stretches from the southeastern coastal city of Juneau, westward across the Gulf of Alaska to Anchorage, and then northward to Barrow, a remote outpost perched precariously on the Arctic coast. This immense sweep of wilderness, encompassing towering mountain ranges like the Alaska Range with its majestic Denali, the vast, unforgiving interior with its boreal forests and tundra, and the deeply remote Arctic slope, is a realm larger than many European countries combined. It is dominated by some of the most extreme and least hospitable environments on Earth. Here, jagged, snow-capped peaks pierce the clouds. Colossal glaciers, ancient rivers of ice, slowly carve their way through timeless valleys, and dense, ancient forests of spruce and birch extend for hundreds of miles, largely untouched by human hands, forming an almost impenetrable green labyrinth. The climate swings wildly and unpredictably, from brutally cold, dark winters that can plunge temperatures far below freezing for months on end, to surprisingly warm but often short and intense summers, always with a lurking unpredictability. It is a landscape that inspires both profound awe at its raw, untamed power and a deep, primal sense of human vulnerability, reminding us of our small place in the natural order. To truly grasp the essence of the Alaska Triangle, one must first appreciate the sheer, overwhelming, almost incomprehensible scale of its wilderness, a scale that dwarfs human endeavor, renders our most advanced technology utterly insignificant, and makes the search for anything lost within its embrace a near impossible task. It is a place where nature reigns supreme, often with an indifferent, almost malevolent power, silently observing the passage of time and the fleeting presence of those who dare to venture into its heart. This isolation and the sheer difficulty of traversing such terrain contribute immensely to the enigma, making searches for the lost akin to finding a single snowflake in an avalanche or a whisper lost in a gale. This land, though seemingly untamed and sparsely populated by modern standards, has a human history stretching back millennia, and a more recent dramatic chapter largely shaped by the relentless pursuit of fortune and the challenges of survival. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the iconic Gold Rush, an era that drew countless intrepid souls to Alaska with dreams of striking it rich. Prospectors, adventurers, and dreamers poured into the territory, enduring unimaginable hardships, unforgiving weather, and the ever-present danger of the wild. They came by boat through treacherous seas, by foot over formidable mountain passes, and by dog sled across frozen landscapes, driven by the glittering, almost mythical promise of gold. Many found only hardship, relentless toil, bitter disappointment, and often a tragic end, and some a far more chilling fate. These early pioneers, fueled by hope, desperation, and an unshakable pioneering spirit, often ventured deep into the most isolated and uncharted corners of the wilderness, places where the boundaries of civilization faded completely, and the raw, untamed mysteries of the land held absolute, unyielding sway. For every tale of gold found, there are countless unspoken stories of those who simply vanished, swallowed by the vastness, their hopeful journeys ending in an abrupt, inexplicable silence. Their disappearance was often attributed to the brutal environment, the sheer inexperience, or tragic accidents, but sometimes a lingering question remained, a quiet whisper that something else, something fundamentally unknown, was at play. The very spirit of this era, characterized by bold exploration into the unknown, unknowingly led many into the heart of what would later become known as this triangle of disappearances, setting the stage for centuries of perplexing vanishings that continue to this very day. Yet, long before the first prospector, surveyor, or settler of European descent set foot on Alaskan soil, the indigenous peoples of the region, including the Athabascan, Tlingit, Inuit, and numerous other distinct tribes, harbored a profound, intimate, and deeply ingrained understanding of this land. Their oral traditions, meticulously passed down through countless generations and carefully preserved within the very fabric of their cultures, speak not merely of harsh weather or dangerous wildlife, which they understood with an unparalleled depth, but of something far more elusive, spiritual, and potent. These ancient legends tell of powerful, often capricious, spirits that inhabit certain mountains, deep valleys, dense forests, and treacherous waterways. They whisper of shadow people or little people who lure unwary travelers off their paths, sometimes leading them to their demise or to a permanent, unexplainable disappearance. They speak of unseen energies that can disorient the mind, creating vivid illusions, inducing a profound sense of dread, or causing a debilitating loss of direction. Some accounts even speak of portals or thin places where the veil between worlds seems to momentarily lift, allowing for strange phenomena, temporal distortions, or encounters with entities not of this earth. For these native Alaskans, certain areas were, and still are, regarded with a sacred reverence, tinged with a healthy dose of fear. These were not places to be casually explored or exploited, but rather zones to be deeply respected, navigated with extreme caution and proper rituals, or, in some cases, entirely avoided due to the powerful, often unpredictable, forces believed to reside there. Their stories, steeped in a deep spiritual connection to the land and an intimate knowledge of its unpredictable moods, often describe encounters that align chillingly with the strange phenomena and inexplicable vanishings reported in more modern times. They offer a profound, ancestral perspective, suggesting that the unexplained disappearances and anomalies we observe today are not new occurrences, but rather echoes of an ancient, persistent mystery embedded within the very soul of the Alaskan wilderness. A mystery that has quietly claimed lives, stirred deep wonder, and commanded respect for generations. Long before modern map-making even conceived of a triangle, the overwhelming scale of Alaskan wilderness and its inherent dangers cannot be overstated, playing a crucial, yet often insufficient role in why so many disappearances might go unsolved. From sudden, violent blizzards that can engulf entire mountain ranges in moments, dropping temperatures to deadly lows and obscuring all visibility, creating a whiteout that can disorient even the most seasoned explorer, to deceptively placid rivers and vast, icy lakes that hide powerful, unseen currents capable of dragging down and concealing aircraft or boats without a trace, and dense, impenetrable forests where a person can become hopelessly disoriented just yards from a well-worn trail. Alaska is an undisputed master of concealment. The sheer vastness itself is a character in these mysteries, an indifferent behemoth that swallows secrets whole, making the prospect of recovery daunting beyond measure. Yet, Even with these formidable natural hazards and the immense challenges they present to search and rescue operations, which are often heroic but ultimately fruitless, the patterns of disappearance within the Alaska Triangle often defy conventional explanation. It is not merely the sheer difficulty of the terrain or the ferocity of the weather, but something more, something that suggests a force beyond the predictable perils of nature. We are invited to consider a landscape that is not just physically challenging, but perhaps imbued with an energy, an ancient, almost sentient presence that actively participates in the profound mysteries that unfold within its boundaries, making it a truly unique and deeply unsettling anomaly zone. It is here, in this frozen enigma, where the whispers of the past meet the perplexing silence of the present, and where the raw power of nature intertwines with the truly unexplainable, that our journey into the heart of Earth's vortexes truly begins to deepen, inviting us to ponder the limits of our understanding and the vastness of the unknown. As we venture deeper into the heart of the Alaska Triangle, the breathtaking beauty of its wilderness slowly gives way to a more profound and unsettling aspect: the documented instances of individuals and aircraft simply vanishing, as if swallowed by the vast, indifferent landscape. These aren't mere rumors or fleeting campfire tales. They are real, recorded events that have left behind a trail of unanswered questions, grieving families, and baffled investigators. Each disappearance adds another layer to the enigma, gently reminding us that some mysteries remain stubbornly outside the grasp of conventional explanation. Even in our modern, technologically advanced world, one of the earliest and most haunting cases that began to etch the Alaska Triangle into the collective consciousness of mystery occurred on a crisp autumn evening in 1950. A small private plane, a Stinson Voyager, took off from Anchorage with experienced bush pilot Thomas F. Carroll at the controls, carrying two passengers, a husband and wife named Charles and Alice Stevens. Their destination was a hunting lodge, a routine flight over familiar territory. However, a dense fog quickly rolled in, obscuring the rugged peaks and valleys below. Despite exhaustive search efforts involving numerous aircraft and ground teams, the Stinson Voyager and its 3 occupants were never found. Not a single piece of wreckage, not a fragment of clothing, not a broken branch was ever recovered. It was as if the plane and its passengers had simply ceased to exist, absorbed by the vastness of the wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling silence of the unknown. This particular incident, while not the first disappearance in Alaska, became a stark illustration of the region's capacity to erase entire narratives without a trace, laying the groundwork for the perplexing pattern that would follow. The lack of debris, in particular, was deeply perplexing. Even in remote crashes, some evidence, however small, is typically found. Here, there was simply nothing. Years later, in 1972, another baffling incident captured national attention, further cementing Alaska's reputation as a place where the veil between presence and absence seemed thin. A Cessna St. 80, piloted by veteran flyer Don Sheldon, vanished while transporting to passengers, a mother and her young son, en route from Fairbanks to a remote village. Sheldon was renowned for his skill in navigating Alaska's challenging terrain, intimately familiar with its capricious weather and unforgiving landscapes. Yet, his expertise proved no match for whatever forces were at play that day. A massive search operation was launched, spanning weeks and covering thousands of square miles of the interior, but yielded the same chilling result as the Stinson Voyager case. Absolutely no sign of the aircraft or its occupants. The weather conditions were reported as clear at the time of their departure, adding to the perplexing nature of their vanishing. How could an experienced pilot, flying a common aircraft, simply disappear in relatively good conditions without leaving any physical evidence? The silence that followed these disappearances, the complete lack of any material trace, began to suggest that these were not merely unfortunate accidents, but perhaps something far more profound and unsettling, something that defied the conventional logic of crash investigations and search and rescue protocols. These early incidents, among others, began to shape a disturbing pattern. It wasn't just the disappearances themselves, but the eerie consistency of how they occurred, often without distress calls, without wreckage, and frequently under conditions that, while challenging, didn't always seem to fully justify such absolute obliteration. The sheer scale of the Alaskan wilderness, as we discussed, certainly contributes to the difficulty of any recovery effort, yet the persistent lack of any fragment of evidence has continued to puzzle and haunt those who have dedicated their lives to understanding these mysteries. The vast, snow-covered mountains, the dense forests, and the deep, silent lakes and rivers of Alaska seem to hold their secrets with an unyielding grip, making them a truly unique stage for the unfolding of these deeply unsettling and largely unexplained vanishing acts. As we continue to delve into these stories, we allow ourselves to gently ponder the true nature of these quiet, yet profound, mysteries. Building upon the previous discussion of baffling disappearances, we now turn our attention to other significant cases that further illuminate the perplexing nature of the Alaska Triangle. These incidents not only add to the sheer volume of unexplained vanishings, but also highlight certain recurring patterns and the profound emotional and logistical challenges faced by search and rescue teams. Each story is a somber testament to the persistent mystery that cloaks this vast wilderness, gently reminding us that some mysteries remain stubbornly outside the grasp of conventional explanation. Even in our modern, technologically advanced world, one of the most widely recognized and historically significant disappearances occurred on a crisp October evening in 1972, involving a distinguished political figure, U.S. House Majority Leader Hole A. Boggs of Louisiana. Congressman Boggs was aboard a twin-engine Cessna 310, along with Alaska Congressman Nick Begich, Boggs' aide Russell Brown, and the pilot, Don Johns. They were en route from Anchorage to Juneau, a journey that should have been straightforward, a routine flight for experienced aviators. However, somewhere over the rugged, unforgiving terrain of southeastern Alaska, the plane vanished without a trace. What followed was one of the largest and most extensive search operations in U.S. history, a monumental undertaking that involved the full resources of the Coast Guard, the Navy, the Air Force, and the dedicated volunteers of the Civil Air Patrol. For 39 relentless days, an army of searchers combed every conceivable corner of the remote, mountainous region, battling treacherous weather, dense, ancient forests, and the overwhelming, almost incomprehensible scale of the landscape. The search area itself was vast, estimated to be nearly 32,000 square miles, an expanse roughly equivalent to the entire state of Maine. Despite these heroic and determined efforts, not a single piece of debris, no wreckage, no personal effects, and no human remains were ever found. The plane and its esteemed passengers simply evaporated into the Alaskan void, leaving behind only an echoing silence. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of Hale Boggs and his companions sent shockwaves across the nation. not only due to the high-profile nature of the individuals involved, but also because it starkly underscored the chilling reality that even the most determined and resource-rich search efforts could be utterly defeated by the forces at play within this enigmatic region. The complete absence of any physical evidence remains a deeply unsettling aspect, suggesting an outcome far beyond a typical plane crash. Adding to this baffling pattern are numerous other cases, some lesser known but equally perplexing, extending even into more recent times, confirming that this phenomenon is not relegated to a bygone era. Consider the case of Gary Herter, an experienced hunter and outdoorsman, a man known for his intimate knowledge of the land and his survival skills honed over decades of living in Alaska. He disappeared in the Alaska Triangle in 2001 during a solo hunting trip, leaving behind no clues, no sign of struggle, and no indication of his path. The diligent search for him yielded nothing, save for the lingering, frustrating question of how a man so adept at navigating the wild could simply vanish without a trace. Similarly, in 2012, a small, single-engine plane carrying 3 men, including a beloved family man named Mike Newman, disappeared en route to a remote cabin. Again, despite extensive search operations, utilizing modern technology and highly trained personnel, the plane and its occupants were never located. These incidents, spanning decades, reinforce a disturbing consistency. Individuals and aircraft, sometimes with highly skilled pilots or experienced outdoorsmen at the helm, enter the triangle and simply leave no trace, as if plucked from existence by an unseen hand. The circumstances often include sudden, uncommunicated failures with no distress calls or alerts, and the complete lack of wreckage, pushing investigators beyond conventional explanations and into the realm of the truly inexplicable. The psychological impact of these unending mysteries on families and the dedicated search and rescue teams is profound and enduring. For the loved ones left behind, the absence of answers, the lack of a final resting place, and the perpetual uncertainty are a unique, almost agonizing form of grief. It is an open wound that never fully heals, a constant echo of what if, that reverberates through generations, long after the searches have been called off. Imagine the profound agony of knowing your family member or friend disappeared, yet having no physical evidence, no site to visit, no tangible closure. This perpetual state of not knowing can often be more tormenting than a confirmed tragedy, leaving families in a limbo of hope and despair. For the dedicated individuals of search and rescue, who brave the perilous Alaskan wilderness, often at great personal risk to themselves, the experience of repeatedly finding absolutely nothing is equally disheartening. They are trained to find, to recover, to bring closure, to offer comfort, yet, in the Alaska Triangle, their skills and their tireless efforts are frequently rendered impotent by the absolute void left behind. The frustration, the physical and emotional exhaustion, and the quiet despair of failing to locate even a fragment of evidence can weigh heavily on these brave individuals, leaving them with their own haunting questions about the nature of these disappearances. It is a stark contrast to typical recoveries, where at least some form of debris or a crash site offers a tangible explanation, even if tragic. Here, the reality is often just emptiness. These accumulating cases, from high-profile political figures to experienced local outdoorsmen, paint a chilling and consistent picture. They highlight a region where the expected trajectory of an aircraft or the known path of a person can inexplicably diverge into nothingness, defying all logic and probability. The baffling patterns, the consistent lack of distress signals, the complete absence of wreckage, the sheer number of unsolved cases compel us to look beyond simple environmental hazards alone. While Alaska's immense and unforgiving wilderness is undeniably a significant factor in hindering recovery efforts, the almost surgical precision of these disappearances, leaving no trace whatsoever, challenges the very notion of a mere accident. It suggests a more intricate, perhaps even deliberate, mechanism at play, one that has consistently defied our most advanced detection and search technologies for decades. This persistent anomaly, deeply etched into the very fabric of the Alaska Triangle, serves as a powerful testament to the enduring presence of the unexplained, inviting us to delve deeper into the whispers of ancient legends and the possibilities of forces yet unseen. We gently continue this exploration, allowing these stories to settle within us, as we prepare to uncover the rich tapestry of local lore that has long sought to make sense of such profound mysteries. Having quietly contemplated the stark, puzzling reality of unexplained vanishings in the Alaska Triangle, we now gently shift our focus from the cold, hard facts of modern disappearances to the profound, spiritual wisdom of those who have known this land for millennia, long before maps defined triangles or aircraft soared through its skies. The indigenous peoples of Alaska, including the Ethabuscan, Tlingit, Inuit, Yupik, and many other distinct tribes, lived in an intimate, symbiotic relationship with this formidable wilderness. Their existence was intrinsically woven into the rhythms of nature, and their survival depended on an unparalleled understanding of every mountain, river, forest, and atmospheric shift. Yet, even with this profound knowledge, their oral traditions, passed down with meticulous care through countless generations, speak not only of the obvious dangers of the environment, but of something far more mysterious, more ethereal, and undeniably powerful. They describe forces and entities that defy the physical, residing in specific, sacred, and sometimes dreaded parts of the landscape. Forces that offer a unique lens through which to view the very anomalies we are exploring. These ancient legends are not mere folklore to be dismissed as quaint tales of a bygone era. Instead, they offer a deep, cultural context, a spiritual understanding that predates and, in many ways, eerily echoes the modern reports of unexplained disappearances. The Ethabuscan people, for instance, speak of the hairy man or Nantanak, a reclusive, powerful being said to inhabit the deepest parts of the forests and mountains, sometimes guiding, sometimes misleading, and sometimes causing people to simply disappear. For the Tlingit and other coastal tribes, the vastness of the sea and the intricate fjord systems were home to water spirits or kushtaka, shape-shifting creatures that could lure humans into the icy depths, never to be seen again, or confuse them in the fog, leading them astray. Imagine their ancestors, seasoned hunters and navigators, encountering phenomena that baffled even their immense expertise, experiences that could only be explained by the presence of these potent, unseen entities. These stories weren't just cautionary tales. They were attempts to rationalize, to categorize, and to respect the very real, unquantifiable dangers that sometimes took a form beyond hungry bears or sudden storms. They were, in essence, early efforts to describe what we now call anomaly zones, places where the natural world exhibited characteristics that seemed supernatural. Delving deeper into these rich narratives, we find persistent themes that resonate with our contemporary puzzles. Many indigenous accounts speak of specific locations as thin places or portals, areas where the veil between the physical world and the spirit world is believed to be exceptionally permeable. In these sacred, yet often feared, locales, strange temporal distortions are said to occur, where time itself might behave erratically, causing moments to stretch into hours, or vice versa. Travelers have reportedly experienced disorienting shifts in perception, seeing or hearing things that weren't there, or feeling an overwhelming compulsion to wander off their known path, a deep magnetic pull into the unknown. There are legends of certain mountains that are said to consume those who disrespect them, or valleys that hold a malevolent energy, causing profound disorientation and leading individuals to lose their way, sometimes permanently. These are not just whimsical imaginings, they are observations, distilled over generations, of how the land itself can affect human consciousness and reality. The reverence and the deep-seated fear that local communities hold for these certain areas are palpable and enduring. It is a respect born of direct experience, of stories passed down from elders who themselves may have witnessed or heard first-hand accounts of these baffling occurrences. For many native Alaskans, the wilderness is not a mere backdrop but a living, intelligent entity, one with its own will and its own secrets, capable of both immense generosity and profound, inexplicable danger. These ancient understandings offer a compelling perspective on the modern disappearances we've discussed. What if the Stinson Voyager and its occupants, or the Cessna carrying hail bogs, didn't simply crash in a conventional sense, but encountered one of these thin places, one of these energy portals, or were affected by an unseen entity as described in the legends? The utter lack of debris, so baffling to modern investigators, might take on new meaning if we consider the possibility of being absorbed into another dimension, or simply ceasing to exist in our own. It is a humbling thought, suggesting that our scientific instruments, for all their sophistication, might be blind to the very forces that ancient wisdom intuited through generations of intimate observation and spiritual connection. The indigenous lore often describes a profound respect for the land's power, an acknowledgement that certain areas demand a different kind of caution, a deeper form of awareness than simple navigation skills. This moral expectation subversion challenges our modern, often arrogant belief that technology can conquer all mysteries. Instead, it posits that the answers might lie not in more powerful radar, but in a more humble, open-minded approach to understanding the Earth's subtle, yet potent, spiritual and energetic landscape. Thus, these native Alaskan stories serve as far more than just cultural curiosities. They are vital pieces of a much larger, global puzzle. They provide an invaluable historical continuum, linking the unexplained phenomena of today with an ancestral understanding that dates back thousands of years. They remind us that human beings have always sought to make sense of the unexplainable, to give a name and a narrative to the forces that occasionally defy our logic. And in this particular region, the echoes of powerful spirits, energy portals, and malevolent entities in indigenous lore offer a profound, perhaps even essential, framework for comprehending why the Alaska Triangle continues to be a place where people and planes vanish without a trace. They gently beckon us to consider that the silence surrounding these disappearances is not merely empty, but perhaps filled with the whispers of an ancient, enduring mystery that our ancestors understood with a clarity that we, with all our modern knowledge, are only just beginning to rediscover. We continue our journey, holding these ancestral voices close, as we prepare to explore the various theories, both natural and speculative, that attempt to explain the enigmatic nature of this frozen, yet vibrant, anomaly zone. Having now traversed the landscapes of both modern disappearances and ancient indigenous wisdom within the Alaska Triangle, we find ourselves naturally drawn to the compelling human need to understand. to rationalize, and to propose explanations for these profound mysteries. Faced with the stark reality of vanishings that defy conventional logic, minds both scientific and speculative have sought to construct frameworks that might shed some light on this frozen enigma. These theories, whether grounded in observable science or venturing into the realm of the truly extraordinary, are our attempts to bridge the vast chasm between the known and the unknown, to give voice to the silence that has swallowed so many. Let us now, with an open yet calm mind, explore this spectrum of potential explanations, allowing each possibility to gently settle within our understanding. Firstly, we consider the realm of natural explanations, grounded in the undeniable, raw power of Alaska's environment. The sheer, overwhelming scale and extreme conditions of this wilderness present formidable challenges that can, without question, contribute to catastrophic outcomes. Foremost among these is the omnipresent threat of extreme weather phenomena. Alaska is renowned for its fiercely unpredictable climate, where skies can shift from clear to violently stormy in mere moments. Pilots flying through mountain passes can suddenly encounter whiteout conditions, sudden downdrafts, or intense updrafts that render aircraft uncontrollable. On the ground, hikers can be caught in blizzards that drop temperatures to lethal lows, obscuring all visibility and leading to rapid disorientation and hypothermia. A small plane crash or a person lost in such conditions might easily be swallowed by fresh snowfall, covered by an avalanche, or concealed by the dense, often impenetrable boreal forests, making any trace nearly impossible to find. The enormous volume of snowfall and ice accumulation annually can literally bury wreckage and human remains for decades, if not centuries, beyond the visible and tangible forces of weather. Some theories delve into the Earth's less obvious, yet equally potent, natural dynamics. One such theory points to magnetic anomalies. Our planet's magnetic field, though generally consistent, can exhibit localized variations due to underlying geological formations rich in certain minerals. In the vast, remote regions of the Alaska Triangle, it's entirely plausible that areas exist with unusual magnetic signatures. For aircraft, such anomalies could cause compasses to spin erratically, or navigation systems to malfunction, leading to pilots becoming disoriented, especially when flying over featureless terrain or in poor visibility. Even ground travelers relying on compasses could be led astray, wandering deeper into unforgiving wilderness. These subtle magnetic disturbances, though invisible, could quietly disrupt modern technology and ancient navigational instincts alike, diverting travelers from their intended paths. Another consideration, particularly relevant for a region as geologically active as Alaska, is seismic activity situated along the volatile Pacific Ring of Fire. Alaska experiences frequent earthquakes, many of which are imperceptible to humans but can still have an impact. While a direct link to disappearances is more speculative, it's theorized that even minor seismic events could, under specific circumstances, contribute to unexpected air turbulence, create sudden, localized atmospheric disturbances, or even trigger landslides and rockfalls that could engulf smaller aircraft or ground parties. Furthermore, the presence of numerous active and dormant volcanoes introduces the possibility of volcanic gases These gases, such as odorless carbon dioxide or suffocating sulfur dioxide, can be released from fissures or vents, particularly in low-lying areas. If a plane were to fly through an invisible plume of such gases, or if hikers were to encamp in a basin where these gases accumulate, rapid incapacitation or even death could occur without any outward sign of a struggle or crash, leaving no trace for searchers to find. However, the persistent lack of wreckage, distress calls, and the sheer number of inexplicable vanishings have led many to look beyond purely conventional explanations and into the realm of the more speculative, sometimes even fantastical, theories. One prominent idea revolves around the concept of localized energy fields, or vortexes, This theory suggests that certain geographical points within the Alaska Triangle possess unusually strong or distorted energy fields, perhaps geomagnetic, telluric, or even unknown forms of energy. These invisible fields could theoretically interfere profoundly with both electronics and human consciousness. They might disrupt aircraft instruments, scramble radio communications, or even induce disorientation, confusion, and hallucinations in people, causing them to wander off course or succumb to a pervasive, unsettling influence that leads them further into the wilderness, seemingly against their will. This aligns conceptually with some indigenous beliefs about powerful unseen forces in the land. Venturing further into the speculative, we encounter the intriguing, though highly controversial, notions of interdimensional gateways or temporal distortions. Proponents of these theories suggest that the Alaska Triangle might contain thin places or portals, where the fabric of reality itself becomes permeable. A plane or a person, at a specific moment and under particular conditions, could theoretically slip through such a gateway, instantly transporting them to another dimension, another time, or simply causing them to cease existing in our own reality. This would perfectly explain the complete and utter lack of debris or bodies, as they wouldn't have crashed, but rather transcended, while seemingly sci-fi. This idea resonates with ancient legends of people disappearing into the spirit world or encountering non-human entities that pull them away. Finally, a theory that often accompanies discussions of such anomaly zones is the potential involvement of UFOs or extraterrestrial activity. Given the numerous unexplained aerial phenomena reported globally, some believe that the disappearances in the Alaska Triangle could be linked to unidentified flying objects or even abductions by intelligent, non-human entities. Reports of strange lights in the sky, unusual craft, or unexplained atmospheric events sometimes precede or coincide with disappearances, leading some to speculate about an unseen, advanced presence operating within these mysterious regions, whether for observation, study, or reasons entirely beyond our comprehension. This theory offers a non-terrestrial explanation for the perplexing patterns of vanishing without a trace. As we gently reflect upon this diverse range of explanations, from the tangibly natural to the wildly speculative, it becomes clear that no single theory definitively accounts for all the mysteries of the Alaska Triangle. Each offers a piece of the puzzle, a lens through which to view the extraordinary, yet each also leaves significant questions unanswered. The comfort, perhaps, lies not in finding a singular, definitive solution, but in the acknowledgement of the vastness of the unknown, and in our persistent human drive to explore its boundaries. These theories, whether conventional or esoteric, serve as a testament to our enduring curiosity, our relentless quest to understand the enigmatic whispers of our planet, inviting us to find peace in the pursuit of knowledge, even when the answers remain elusive. We hold these theories in our minds, understanding them as humanity's continuous attempt to make sense of the profound, inexplicable silence left by the vanished. As our gentle journey through the perplexing mysteries of the Alaska Triangle begins to settle within our thoughts, leaving us to ponder its unique blend of natural and possibly supernatural forces, our path now calls us to another realm of profound enigma. We turn our attention from the frozen, towering peaks and vast, silent forests of the far north to the warm, often turbulent, embrace of the Atlantic Ocean. Here, cradled within its shimmering, blue expanse, lies perhaps the most universally recognized and historically rich of all Earth's anomaly zones, the Bermuda Triangle. It stands as a classic, almost archetypal, counterpart to the Alaskan wilderness, a stark reminder that our planet's unexplained vortexes are not confined by climate or landscape, but are a global phenomenon, each with its own captivating and often chilling narrative. The very name, Bermuda Triangle, evokes a sense of deep mystery, a place etched into the collective human consciousness as a realm where the ordinary rules of navigation and existence often seem too subtly, yet definitively, cease to apply. Geographically, the Bermuda Triangle is also not a rigid, perfectly equilateral shape marked by scientific instruments, but rather a vast, conceptual area of the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean. Its legendary boundaries are generally accepted to connect three distinct points: the island of Bermuda to the north, the US state of Florida, specifically the city of Miami, to the west, and the island of Puerto Rico to the south. This immense expanse covers approximately 500,000 square miles of open sea, a vast watery wilderness that, despite being a heavily trafficked shipping lane and popular aviation route, has earned an almost mythical reputation for swallowing ships and aircraft without a trace. For centuries, sailors and aviators have traversed these waters, often without incident. Yet, within this same seemingly ordinary stretch of ocean, an extraordinary number of vessels and planes have vanished, leaving behind no wreckage, no distress calls, and no explanation. This long-standing reputation for unexplained disappearances has cemented its place in popular culture, making it synonymous with profound unresolved maritime and aerial mysteries. Unlike the Alaska Triangle, where the land itself often conceals, the Bermuda Triangle's mystery lies in the seemingly absolute obliteration of its victims, as if they were simply wiped from the face of the earth, leaving behind only the vast, empty ocean. The historical reputation of the Bermuda Triangle for its unsettling anomalies stretches back surprisingly far, even preceding the advent of modern aviation and advanced maritime technology. Our earliest records of strange occurrences in this region hail from none other than Christopher Columbus himself. During his first voyage across the Atlantic in 1492, as his fleet sailed through what would later become part of the Triangle, he meticulously documented several peculiar phenomena in his ship's log. Columbus reported seeing a massive flame of fire crash into the sea one night, a dazzling, unexplained light that startled his crew. Days later, he noted strange, erratic compass readings, describing how his compass needle would inexplicably jump and fluctuate, seemingly unguided by the Earth's magnetic north, leading to profound disorientation among his navigators. These were not mere superstitious observations. They were recorded by a skilled mariner whose life depended on accurate navigation, and they hint at forces at play that even seasoned explorers of his era could not comprehend, suggesting that the area harbored anomalies long before it earned its notorious name. As maritime trade flourished and ships grew larger, the accounts of unexplained disappearances began to accumulate. forming a disturbing pattern that caught the attention of early investigators and the public alike. One of the most famous early maritime incidents involves the USS Cyclops, a massive US Navy collier, which vanished in March 1918 while carrying a full cargo of manganese ore and 306 crew and passengers. The ship, one of the Navy's largest at the time, was en route from Brazil to Baltimore and was last seen passing through the Bermuda Triangle area. Despite extensive searches by the Navy, no trace of the Cyclops, its cargo, or any of its occupants was ever found. No distress signal was sent, no wreckage located, and no explanation for its disappearance has ever been definitively offered, making it one of the largest non-combat losses of life in US Navy history. The sheer scale of its vanishing, an entire warship with hundreds of souls, left a profound and unsettling mark on the public imagination, echoing the complete disappearances we observe in the Alaska Triangle. Decades later, in 1941, two of the Cyclops' sister ships, the USS Proteus and the USS Nereus, also vanished under eerily similar circumstances at roughly the same time of year, also carrying manganese ore and also within the general vicinity of the Bermuda Triangle. Like the Cyclops, both ships disappeared without sending any distress calls, and no wreckage or bodies were ever recovered. The uncanny parallelism of these three incidents, involving ships of the same class, disappearing in the same region, carrying similar cargo, led to widespread speculation and deepened the mystery surrounding this particular stretch of the Atlantic. It seemed as if an unseen force was selectively targeting these vessels, or that conditions were aligning in a way that defied conventional maritime understanding, creating a terrifying pattern of oblivion. These early maritime disappearances, from Columbus's peculiar observations to the chilling cases of the Cyclops, Proteus, and Nereus, laid the foundational layers of the Bermuda Triangle's enduring enigma. They demonstrate that the region's capacity for vanishing acts is deeply rooted in history, far predating the modern era of advanced technology and impacting various forms of travel. The consistent lack of debris, the absence of communication, and the sheer scale of the losses began to paint a picture of an area where nature's power or some other unknown influence operates in ways we still struggle to comprehend. It is this historical reputation, built upon centuries of perplexing incidents, that serves as our entry point into understanding this granddaddy of mystery, inviting us to compare and contrast its phenomena with those we've already encountered in the remote, icy embrace of the Alaska Triangle, and to consider the possibility of a global thread connecting all these anomalous zones as we gently move forward. Allowing these historical echoes to resonate, we prepare to uncover even more famous and perplexing cases from this iconic stretch of ocean. Building upon the foundational mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle, we now delve into perhaps its most iconic and baffling case, one that propelled this region into global notoriety and remains a cornerstone of its enigmatic legend. The disappearance of Flight 19 on a seemingly ordinary afternoon in December 1945, 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers departed from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for a routine navigation training exercise. This flight, led by experienced pilot Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor, was meant to involve a short triangular route over the Atlantic, culminating in a return to base. However, what began as a standard training mission rapidly devolved into one of aviation history's most profound and chilling enigmas. Approximately an hour and a half into their flight, Lieutenant Taylor reported that his compasses were malfunctioning, and he was unsure of his position. What makes this particularly unsettling is that he was a highly competent and seasoned pilot. His radio transmissions became increasingly confused and distressed. He spoke of his 2 compasses being out of order and expressed a deep sense of disorientation, stating that he couldn't determine his location relative to Florida. Other pilots in the formation confirmed that their instruments were also behaving erratically. Over the next several hours, ground control struggled to guide Flight 19, but their instructions seemed to confuse Taylor further. He was heard saying, "Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be where we are," and later, "It looks like we are entering Whitewater, We are completely lost." The communications grew weaker, interspersed with static, and eventually faded into an absolute, chilling silence. Not only did Flight 19 vanish, but a Martin Mariner flying boat, dispatched specifically to search for the missing planes, also disappeared shortly after takeoff from Banana River Naval Air Station, carrying 13 crew members. It too was never found. This secondary disappearance of a large purpose-built search and rescue aircraft only deepened the profound and disturbing mystery. The official Navy investigation, after months of meticulous inquiry, concluded with a statement of cause unknown. No wreckage from any of the 6 aircraft was ever found. Despite an unprecedented and exhaustive search operation that covered hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean and coastline, the absence of debris, the lack of any black box recordings, though these were less common then, and the sudden, uncommunicated failures of multiple aircraft in formation under the leadership of an experienced pilot, all contributed to the enduring, haunting questions. How could 6 military aircraft, including a large patrol plane, simply vanish without a trace, without leaving behind any physical evidence whatsoever? The sheer scale of this vanishing act, involving 27 men and 6 aircraft, solidified the Bermuda Triangle's reputation as a place where the conventional laws of physics and probability seemed to be suspended. It presented a dramatic juxtaposition between the expected predictability of military operations and the terrifying reality of absolute, unexplainable disappearance. Beyond the stark reality of vanishings, the Bermuda Triangle is also a canvas for other strange and unsettling reports, phenomena that add layers of intrigue to its mysterious nature. One frequently recounted phenomenon is the so-called electronic fog. This peculiar occurrence is often described by pilots and sailors who have experienced temporary yet profound instrumental malfunctions. Imagine flying or sailing through clear weather, only for your compass to spin wildly, your GPS to go blank, and your radio communications to become garbled or cease altogether. All while a thick, unnatural haze or fog seems to envelop your vessel, even under bright, clear skies. Some witnesses describe this fog as having a yellowish-green tint and appearing to move independently of atmospheric conditions. It's as if a localized electromagnetic disturbance creates a temporary, isolated bubble of distorted reality, a zone where technology becomes useless and the very sense of direction is stripped away. While not every disappearance is attributed to this phenomenon, the recurring reports suggest a powerful, localized interference that goes beyond typical weather patterns or mechanical failures. It is a phenomenon that parallels some of the magnetic anomalies and disorientation reported within the Alaska Triangle, suggesting a common thread of instrumental disruption across different geographical anomaly zones. Another recurring theme in Bermuda Triangle accounts involves temporal distortions and perceived shifts in reality. Some survivors of strange encounters describe experiencing a momentary lapse in time, feeling as if they had traveled a much greater distance in a shorter period than was physically possible, or conversely, sensing that hours had passed when only minutes had elapsed. Others speak of strange visual phenomena, like unusual lights in the sky or under the water, or the disorienting feeling that the ocean around them had changed its character, becoming unnaturally still or displaying peculiar colors. These anecdotal accounts, while difficult to verify scientifically, contribute to the sense that this region is not merely a place of disappearances, but a zone where the very fabric of time and space might occasionally ripple or bend, offering fleeting glimpses into a reality just beyond our everyday perception. These reports echo some of the indigenous lore from the Alaska Triangle, which spoke of thin places where the veil between worlds could lift, causing disorientation and strange perceptions, drawing clear parallels and contrasts between the Bermuda Triangle and the Alaska Triangle helps us to weave a more cohesive understanding of global anomaly zones. Both regions are characterized by a high number of inexplicable disappearances of aircraft and individuals, a consistent and baffling lack of wreckage or debris, defying conventional search and rescue outcomes, reports of instrumental malfunctions and navigational errors, deep-seated local legends or historical accounts of strange phenomena that predate modern scientific inquiry. The primary contrast, of course, lies in their environments. One a vast, icy wilderness, the other a sprawling, deep ocean. Yet, despite these vast environmental differences, the patterns of disappearance and the reported strange phenomena bear striking resemblances. Both locations seem to possess an innate ability to erase, to consume, leaving behind only questions. The Bermuda Triangle's electronic fog finds its echo in the magnetic anomalies and disorienting energies described in Alaska, the deep water vanishings in the Atlantic parallel the seemingly complete absorption of planes and people by Alaska's dense forests and snow-covered mountains. These similarities strengthen the argument that these are not isolated, random occurrences, but perhaps manifestations of a larger global pattern of Earth vortexes, zones where unseen forces exert a profound and unsettling influence on our reality. As we gently make this connection, we are not merely recounting isolated mysteries, but beginning to discern a grander, interconnected tapestry of planetary enigma, inviting us to look for similar threads as we voyage to other corners of our mysterious world. Let these profound patterns settle in your mind as we prepare to journey to the Pacific, to discover another, equally compelling, counterpart, as we gently pull away from the warm, enigmatic waters of the Bermuda Triangle, carrying with us the lingering echoes of its profound mysteries. Our tranquil journey now takes us westward, across the vast and often tempestuous Pacific Ocean. Here, nestled within its immense blue expanse, lies another region that has, for centuries, quietly amassed its own chilling reputation for unexplained disappearances. The Devil's Sea, also famously known as the Dragon's Triangle. This particular anomaly zone, stretching south of Tokyo, around the Japanese island of Miyake, and extending towards the western Pacific, often draws comparisons to its Atlantic cousin, the Bermuda Triangle, and serves as a powerful testament to the truly global reach of Earth's most baffling, and sometimes terrifying, vortexes. It is a place where the serene beauty of the ocean can abruptly give way to an unsettling, profound silence, where ships and aircraft enter, but often never leave, echoing the patterns we have now seen on two different continents and across two vast oceans. Just as with the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea is not a precisely demarcated area by official international agreement, but a conceptual zone defined by a disturbing concentration of anomalous events. Its name, steeped in ancient lore and modern terror, speaks volumes about the fear and reverence it has inspired. For centuries, Japanese fishermen and mariners have whispered tales of phantom ships, strange lights beneath the waves, and sudden, violent storms that appear without warning, capable of swallowing entire vessels. These were not mere superstitious fables, but deeply ingrained survival knowledge passed down through generations, born from countless real-life experiences of the ocean's unpredictable and often malevolent nature in this specific region. The cultural significance of dragons in Asian mythology, often associated with immense power, tempestuous seas, and hidden realms, further lends a mystical, yet foreboding, aura to this particular triangle of mystery. It is a region where the traditional understanding of maritime safety often seems to fray, where even the most seasoned sailors exercise extreme caution, and where the very air can feel heavy with an unseen, potent energy. The recorded history of modern disappearances in the Devil's Sea paints a chillingly familiar picture, echoing the patterns we've observed in both the Alaska and Bermuda Triangles. A particularly significant cluster of vanishings occurred in the mid-20th century, particularly during the 1950s. It was during this period that numerous Japanese fishing vessels, some large and well-equipped, simply disappeared without a trace while traversing this area. These were not small, vulnerable boats, but sturdy vessels designed to withstand the rigors of the Pacific. Yet, they vanished without distress signals, without survivors, and, most perplexing of all, without leaving any wreckage. Imagine the vast, open ocean, and the sheer improbability of an entire ship, sometimes with dozens of crew members, dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind no life rafts, no scattered debris, no oil slicks, nothing but the vast, empty expanse of water. This consistent lack of wreckage is a recurring, deeply unsettling theme across all the Earth vortexes we are exploring, hinting at a force capable of not just destroying, but utterly obliterating its victims, making the task of investigation almost impossible, and the grief of the families immeasurable. The mystery surrounding these disappearances became so profound and so persistent that it prompted a rare and significant response from the Japanese government, in a move that underscored the seriousness of the perceived threat. The government officially designated the Devil's Sea as a danger zone for navigation. This official warning, a tangible acknowledgement of the region's anomalous nature, served as a stark public declaration that this was not a place to be entered lightly, if at all. It implicitly recognized that the disappearances were not merely a string of unfortunate accidents attributable to human error or predictable natural hazards, but were indicative of something far more complex and fundamentally inexplicable. Furthermore, a scientific research vessel, the Kaiomaru no. 5 was dispatched to investigate these perplexing incidents in the mid-1950s. Tragically, this vessel, along with its entire crew and scientific party, also disappeared in the Devil's Sea, becoming another victim of the very mystery it sought to unravel. Its loss, a devastating blow to the scientific community, only deepened the sense of dread and reinforced the idea that this region possessed a powerful, almost malevolent, will of its own. The similarities between the Devil's Sea and the Bermuda Triangle, particularly in their patterns of disappearance and the consistent lack of wreckage, are truly striking. Both are oceanic regions with a long history of maritime and aerial vanishings. Both have generated reports of navigational anomalies and strange phenomena, and in both, the disappearance is often absolute, leaving behind no physical evidence for investigators to study. This recurring pattern, across different hemispheres and cultures, suggests that a similar, underlying mechanism might be at play. It reinforces the idea of global anomaly zones, connected by unseen forces, perhaps tied to the Earth's energetic grid or unique localized phenomena that defy our current scientific understanding. The quiet contemplation of these profound parallels across vast distances brings us a step closer to grasping the intricate, interconnected nature of our mysterious planet. As we gently make this transition, allowing the echoes of the Pacific's Dragon's Triangle to settle within us, we are now prepared to explore yet another fascinating and equally unsettling enigma, the freshwater mysteries of the Michigan Triangle. As we gently glide away from the vast, turbulent expanse of the Pacific and its Dragon's Triangle, we now guide our quiet journey towards a different kind of mystery, one nestled closer to the heartland of North America, within the serene yet deceptively treacherous embrace of its great inland seas. Our focus now shifts to the perplexing freshwater mysteries of the Michigan Triangle, a lesser-known but equally compelling anomaly zone situated right in the midst of the Great Lakes. This transition reminds us, with a calming yet profound resonance, that the Earth's enigmatic vortexes are not confined to the far-flung oceans or the remote, frozen wildernesses, but can manifest their unsettling phenomena in places we might least expect. Right on the very doorstep of densely populated regions, transforming familiar waters into realms of the inexplicable, the Great Lakes, often referred to as America's inland oceans, hold a beauty and a power that rivals any sea, and within Lake Michigan, that power sometimes seems to take on a truly mysterious dimension, quietly claiming its own share of ships and aircraft, leaving behind questions that ripple through generations. Geographically, the Michigan Triangle is a loosely defined area spanning Lake Michigan, generally stretching from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, to Benton Harbor, Michigan, and then northward to Ludington, Michigan. While not as historically infamous as the Bermuda Triangle, this particular freshwater expanse has accumulated a chilling number of unexplained disappearances over the centuries, affecting both commercial vessels and private aircraft. The sheer size and depth of Lake Michigan, it is the fifth largest lake in the world by surface area and the third largest by volume, contribute to its inherent dangers, capable of generating violent storms and colossal waves that can rival those of any ocean. Yet, as with our other vortexes, it is not merely the predictable perils of nature that define this region's mystery. Instead, it is the persistent pattern of absolute vanishes, often without distress calls, and almost always without debris, that truly sets the Michigan Triangle apart as a zone of profound, unresolved enigma. Here, the serene surface of the lake belies a deeper, almost unsettling capacity to simply erase, leaving behind only the cold, clear water and the enduring silence of the unexplained. One of the most frequently cited and perplexing cases is the disappearance of the Rosabelle in 1921. This majestic schooner embarked on a routine journey across Lake Michigan from Milwaukee to Benton Harbor, carrying a cargo of lumber. However, it simply vanished mid-voyage. When searchers eventually located the vessel, it was found floating mysteriously upside down, perfectly intact, but with its entire crew of 11 souls missing. No distress signal had been sent. No storm had been reported violent enough to capsize such a sturdy ship so completely, and, most disturbingly, not a single crew member was ever found. It was as if the lake had meticulously plucked each individual from the ship, then gently turned the vessel over as a silent, perplexing monument to their vanishing. This incident, defying logical explanation, became a haunting testament to the Michigan Triangle's capacity for inexplicable events, challenging the very notion of how a ship could be found intact, yet utterly devoid of its crew. The Rosabelle asterisk became a symbol of the freshwater unknown, a silent witness to a mystery that still baffles maritime historians and investigators decades later. In 1950, a routine flight became another chilling entry into the annals of the Michigan Triangle. Northwest Airlines Flight 2501, a Douglas DC for commercial airliner carrying 58 passengers and crew, was en route from New York to Seattle. After an unscheduled stop in Minneapolis, it continued its journey, flying over Lake Michigan during a violent thunderstorm. The last communication from the pilot indicated that he was descending to a lower altitude to avoid severe turbulence. Shortly thereafter, all contact was lost. Despite immediate and extensive search efforts by the U.S. Coast Guard, involving surface vessels and aircraft, only small fragments of debris and scattered human remains were ever recovered. The main wreckage of the large airliner, along with the vast majority of its passengers and crew, simply disappeared into the depths of Lake Michigan, never to be found. The storm was severe, but for an entire commercial airliner to vanish so completely, with so little recovered evidence, suggested a force beyond mere weather. The lack of a definitive crash site, the minimal debris, and the sheer number of lost lives added another layer of profound sadness and enduring mystery to the Michigan Triangle's reputation, echoing the complete obliterations seen in the Alaska and Bermuda Triangles. Adding to the chilling factual accounts are the unsettling legends of ghost ships or phantom vessels that are said to ply the waters of Lake Michigan. These are not merely stories of old, forgotten wrecks, but tales of ships appearing and disappearing inexplicably, sometimes seen by modern mariners who report encountering spectral vessels sailing silently through the fog or against the wind, only to vanish into the mist or thin air as quickly as they appeared. One such enduring legend is that of the Flying Dutchman of Lake Michigan a spectral ship that allegedly appears before storms, or sometimes simply as a harbinger of ill omen, unsettling those who witness it. These legends, steeped in the maritime history of the Great Lakes, suggest a deeper, almost sentient aspect to the lake's mysteries, perhaps connected to the energy vortexes that caused the disappearances. It is a reminder that indigenous and local lore often mirrors the factual anomalies, offering a culturally intuitive explanation for phenomena that defy our purely scientific understanding, suggesting that the lake holds ancient secrets and perhaps trapped energies that manifest in these ghostly appearances and inexplicable vanishings. The Michigan Triangle, therefore, serves as a poignant reminder that these anomalous zones are not exclusive to exotic, faraway lands or vast, untamed oceans. They can exist closer to home, within the familiar landscapes and waterways we often take for granted. The distinct patterns of disappearance, the lack of wreckage, the absence of distress signals, and the seemingly absolute obliteration of ships and planes bear an uncanny resemblance to the mysteries of the Alaska and Bermuda Triangles. This repetition of patterns, despite vastly different environmental contexts, strengthens the overarching narrative that we are exploring a global phenomenon, a network of Earth vortexes where the rules of reality sometimes bend, leaving behind a wake of human sorrow and unanswered questions. It invites us to consider that these freshwater mysteries are just another facet of our planet's profound and enduring enigma, reinforcing the idea that our world is far more mysterious and wondrous than we often comprehend. As we absorb these freshwater tales, we prepare to journey to another landlocked mystery, this time in the Appalachian region, further broadening our understanding of Earth's perplexing triangles. As we leave the vast expanse of Lake Michigan and its captivating freshwater enigmas behind, Our quiet journey now leads us inward, towards the ancient, mist-shrouded peaks of the Appalachian Mountains. Here, nestled within the picturesque, yet often foreboding landscape of southern Vermont, lies another profound anomaly zone, the Bennington Triangle. This region, distinctly landlocked and characterized by dense, old-growth forests and rugged terrain, reminds us that the Earth's mysterious vortexes are not exclusive to vast oceans or Arctic wildernesses. Instead, they can manifest their unsettling influence in the quiet, forested heartlands, transforming familiar woodlands into realms of unexplained vanishings and persistent mystery. It is a place where the serene beauty of nature holds a deeper, more unsettling secret, a quiet testament to the pervasive reach of the unexplained across our diverse planet. Geographically, the Bennington Triangle is a loosely defined area surrounding the town of Bennington in southwestern Vermont, extending into the Glastonbury Mountain wilderness. This particular corner of New England is famed for its natural beauty, but also for a cluster of 5 unexplained disappearances that occurred within a relatively short span of time, between 1945 and 1950. Unlike the expansive regions of Alaska or the Bermuda Triangle, the Bennington Triangle's phenomena seem intensely localized, concentrated around the desolate, often impenetrable slopes of Glastonbury Mountain. This mountain, once home to a few logging and charcoal-making communities, was largely abandoned by the early 20th century, reverting to a wild, untamed state, its trails growing faint and its depths becoming increasingly remote and unforgiving. The wilderness here is deceptively dense. Thick undergrowth, sudden ravines, and unpredictable weather shifts can quickly disorient even experienced outdoorsmen. Yet the specific patterns of disappearance hint at something far beyond mere environmental hazards. The cluster of vanishings began in the autumn of 1945 with the disappearance of Midi Rivers. A seasoned hunter and guide, Rivers was leading a group of 4 other hunters on Glastonbury Mountain. On November 12th, while on the return journey, he separated from his group, ostensibly to catch up with them later. He was last seen walking ahead, seemingly familiar with the path. Despite extensive search efforts by both local authorities and volunteers, Midi Rivers was never seen again. No trace of him, his rifle, or any personal effects was ever found. A man intimately familiar with the Vermont wilderness, a guide who knew its every twist and turn, simply evaporated into the dense foliage, leaving behind only an echoing void and the chilling question of how such a skilled woodsman could vanish without a trace in an area he knew so well. This incident set a somber tone for the mysterious events that would follow, transforming the tranquil beauty of Glastonbury into a place of quiet dread. The following year, on December 1st, 1946, the Bennington Triangle claimed another victim, Paula Weldon, a bright, energetic, 18-year-old college student at Bennington College. Paula was out hiking on the Long Trail, a well-known path that traverses Glastonbury Mountain. She was seen by several witnesses on the trail, including a group of hikers who remembered her confidently walking ahead. She never returned. Her disappearance triggered a massive, prolonged search involving hundreds of volunteers, state police, and even the FBI. The search extended for weeks, scouring every inch of the mountain, but yielded absolutely no clues. No personal items, no signs of a struggle, no tracks, nothing. The complete absence of any physical evidence for a young woman who was seen by multiple witnesses just moments before her disappearance. In a relatively accessible area, baffled investigators and deepened the public's concern. The pristine wilderness seemed to have absorbed her completely, leaving no answer to the desperate questions of her family and friends. This case, in particular, sparked widespread media attention and cemented the region's burgeoning reputation as a place of unexplained vanish-ins. The inexplicable pattern continued in 1949 with the perplexing case of James E. Thetford. On December 1st, Thetford, a veteran of the US Navy and a retired soldier, was traveling by bus from St. Albans to Bennington to visit relatives. He was reportedly seen by 14 other passengers on the bus, calmly sitting in his seat at the last stop before Bennington. However, when the bus arrived in Bennington, Thetford was gone. His belongings were still on the bus, including his packed suitcase and bus ticket, but James Thetford himself had simply vanished. The bus driver and passengers swore he had been there moments before. How could an elderly man disappear from a moving bus, surrounded by witnesses, without anyone noticing his exit? The complete absence of any explanation for his departure from a confined space, an environment so different from the vast wilderness, pushed the boundaries of logic and added an utterly bizarre dimension to the Bennington Triangle's mysteries. It suggested that whatever forces were at play in this region were not confined to the open air or dense forests, but could somehow operate in seemingly mundane, populated settings. Just 5 months later, in May 1950, an 8-year-old boy named Paul Jeffson disappeared from a farm located near the perimeter of the Bennington Triangle. Paul was playing in the yard while his mother tended 2 pigs. She briefly turned her back, and when she looked again, Paul was gone. Despite a quick and thorough search of the immediate area, the boy was never found. The terrain was hilly and wooded, but the rapidity of his disappearance, in close proximity to his home and mother, was deeply unsettling. The absence of any tracks or a clear direction of travel for a young child further compounded the mystery, evoking a profound sense of despair and helplessness for his family. This vanishing of a young child, particularly in such an immediate and unexplainable manner, highlighted the cruel indifference of the forces at play, intensifying the dread associated with the region. Then, in October 1950, Frida Langer, a 53-year-old woman, vanished while hiking with her cousin near Somerset Reservoir, also within the Bennington Triangle area. She slipped and fell into a stream, then told her cousin she would return to their campsite to change her clothes, leaving him to continue their hike. She was only supposed to be gone for a few minutes, but Frida never reappeared. A massive, intensive search followed, involving hundreds of people and military resources. For 7 months, searchers combed the area tirelessly. Her body was finally found in May 1951, in an open field that had been searched many times before. The discovery of her body in an area that had already been meticulously searched added another layer of eerie strangeness to her disappearance. How could her body have gone unnoticed for so long in an open field, only to appear months later? The circumstances surrounding her discovery, after an initial vanishing that mirrored the others, deepened the perplexity of the Bennington Triangle's hold. Even when a body was found, the context was often as mysterious as the initial disappearance. These 5 documented disappearances, particularly the cluster between 1945 and 1950, showcase a terrifying pattern of individuals simply vanishing into the landscape or from seemingly safe contexts. The consistent lack of physical evidence for most, and the strange circumstances surrounding Frida Langer's discovery, have led many to believe that these are not merely unrelated accidents or misadventures. The human impact of these events cannot be overstated. For the families of Midi Rivers, Paula Weldon, James Thetford, and Paul Jeffson, there has been no closure, only a lingering, agonizing uncertainty that stretches through decades. This profound lack of answers, the absence of a grave or a final truth, is a particularly cruel form of grief, a void that resonates deeply within the fabric of the communities touched by these mysteries. It is a stark reminder of the unique emotional trauma associated with unsolved vanishings, where hope and despair mingle endlessly. Furthermore, these modern disappearances resonate chillingly with ancient indigenous legends from the region. The Abenaki people, who have lived in this land for thousands of years, have long held a deep respect and a healthy fear for certain parts of the Green Mountains, particularly the Glastonbury area. Their oral traditions speak of manitors or powerful, unseen spirits that inhabit the mountains, capable of luring travelers astray, disorienting them, and causing them to vanish. Some legends speak of the mountain itself having a malevolent spirit, or being a place where the spirits of the dead roam, capable of pulling the living into their realm. These stories are not just quaint folklore. They reflect an ancestral understanding of the land's potent and sometimes perilous energy, an intuitive awareness that certain zones are inherently dangerous in ways that defy purely physical explanation. The Abenaki wisdom suggests that what modern investigators label as unexplained has been understood for centuries through a spiritual lens, a recognition that the mountain holds secrets far older and more powerful than any human could comprehend. Thus, the Bennington Triangle stands as a powerful testament to unexplained vanishings in a distinctly landlocked, forested environment, diversifying the types of vortexes we have encountered on our journey. It shows that whether it's the icy grip of Alaska, the turbulent depths of the Bermuda Triangle, the vastness of the Pacific's Dragon's Sea, or the freshwater expanse of Lake Michigan, these enigmatic phenomena recur. The patterns remain consistent: disappearances without a trace, baffling circumstances, and a profound impact on those left behind. This universality strengthens our understanding of Earth's anomaly zones as interconnected threads in a grand tapestry of planetary mystery, inviting us to look for similar patterns and underlying forces as we continue our calm exploration. The Bennington Triangle, with its quiet, forested horror and its echoes of ancient warnings, prepares us for the further revelations that lie ahead. As our journey continues, gently guiding us away from the quiet, unsettling forests of the Bennington Triangle, we now turn our attention eastward, towards a region nestled within southeastern Massachusetts, a place renowned not just for disappearances, but for a captivating, almost dizzying array of diverse paranormal activities. Welcome to the Bridgewater Triangle, an area that has, for centuries, been considered a veritable hotbed of unexplained phenomena, a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of the bizarre, the mysterious, and the truly extraordinary. This particular anomaly zone offers a unique perspective on Earth's vortexes, reminding us that their influence can extend far beyond merely causing things to vanish, encompassing a spectrum of events that challenge our perceptions and expand our understanding of what might be possible. Here, the veil between our world and something else often feels thin, allowing for glimpses into a reality far stranger and more complex than we usually perceive. Geographically, the Bridgewater Triangle is a roughly 30-mile square area situated in the southeastern part of Massachusetts, with its apexes typically marked by the towns of Rehoboth, Abington, and Freetown. This region encompasses a varied landscape of rural towns, dense forests, vast swamps, and ancient indigenous burial grounds. It is this unique blend of natural and historical elements that many believe contributes to its long-standing reputation as a focal point for inexplicable occurrences. Unlike the stark, sudden disappearances in Alaska or the Bermuda Triangle, the Bridgewater Triangle seems to act as a magnet for a wide spectrum of paranormal events, almost as if an unseen force draws these diverse phenomena to its heart, allowing them to manifest with a frequency and intensity rarely seen elsewhere. From the celestial to the cryptid, from the historical to the truly haunting, this triangle vibrates with an energy that has fascinated researchers and terrified locals for generations. Among the most frequently reported phenomena within the Bridgewater Triangle are UFO sightings. For decades, the skies above this region have been a stage for numerous encounters with unidentified flying objects, described by credible witnesses as strange lights, unconventional aircraft, or inexplicable aerial maneuvers that defy known aviation technology. These aren't just isolated incidents. The sheer volume and consistency of reports suggest a persistent, perhaps even systemic, presence of these enigmatic craft. People describe glowing orbs silently traversing the night sky, triangular vessels moving at impossible speeds, and silent craft hovering just above tree lines, their advanced nature undeniable. These sightings often occur in the remote, forested areas, particularly around the Hockomock Swamp, a vast and ancient wetland within the triangle, which seems to act as a beacon or perhaps a hidden entry point for these aerial mysteries. The recurring nature of these phenomena prompts a gentle curiosity. Are these advanced terrestrial craft? Or are we witnessing visitations from truly alien intelligence, drawn to a specific energy signature within this unique region? But the mysteries of the Bridgewater Triangle are not confined to the skies. The dense woodlands and sprawling swamps are also famously associated with sightings of Bigfoot-like creatures, known locally as the Hockomock Swamp Monster or simply Bigfoot. These cryptids are described as large, hairy, bipedal hominids, a species of unknown primate. Numerous credible accounts from hikers, hunters, and even local residents describe startling encounters with these elusive beings, reporting strange howls, unexplained footprints, and fleeting glimpses of colossal figures moving silently through the dense underbrush. The remote and largely unexplored nature of areas like the Hockomock Swamp provides an ideal habitat for such creatures, allowing them to remain hidden from human eyes, only occasionally revealing themselves to those who venture deep into their ancient domain. These encounters, far from being mere tall tales, contribute to the sense that this triangle harbors not just unseen energies, but also unknown biological entities, creatures that exist beyond the classifications of conventional zoology, challenging our understanding of biodiversity and the hidden corners of our natural world. Adding another layer to this web of weirdness are the awe-inspiring and sometimes terrifying reports of thunderbirds. These are colossal, eagle-like birds, far larger than any known avian species, with immense wingspans, sometimes estimated to be as wide as a small plane. Witnesses describe seeing these magnificent, yet unsettling, creatures soaring silently overhead, casting enormous shadows, or perched majestically on distant peaks. Indigenous lore from various Native American tribes, including those historically present in Massachusetts, often speaks of thunderbirds as powerful spirit animals or deities associated with storms and the skies, capable of generating thunder with their wing beats. Modern sightings in the Bridgewater Triangle align eerily with these ancient descriptions, suggesting a continuity of phenomenon that spans centuries. Are these creatures relict species of prehistoric birds? Or are they, like the UFOs and Bigfoot, manifestations drawn to the unique energies of this anomalous zone, blurring the lines between cryptid, spirit, and reality? Furthermore, the Bridgewater Triangle is rife with reports of phantom animals and other elusive creatures that defy classification. These include spectral black dogs, that appear and disappear suddenly. Enormous snakes and even giant turtles, sometimes seen in areas where such creatures should not exist, or on a scale that defies natural explanation. There are also accounts of strange, disembodied sounds and earthly howls, guttural growls, and unidentifiable cries that seem to emanate from the deep woods, contributing to a pervasive sense of unease. These diverse reports, ranging from the truly bizarre to the subtly unsettling, all point to a consistent theme: that the Bridgewater Triangle is a place where the natural world seems to merge with the supernatural, where the boundaries of what we understand about animal life and auditory perception are constantly tested and sometimes broken. So, how can one explain such a diverse and concentrated collection of unexplained phenomena? Many researchers and enthusiasts propose that this concentration of activity, from UFOs and cryptids to disembodied voices and strange lights, is due to a powerful energy vortex centered within the Bridgewater Triangle. This theory suggests that this specific geographical area acts as a powerful nexus, a funnel where various forms of telluric energy, possibly intersecting ley lines or unique geomagnetic forces, converge and amplify. This amplified energy, it is posited, could then serve as a catalyst for a multitude of effects. It might create conditions conducive to the manifestation of interdimensional phenomena, allowing entities or objects from other realities to briefly bleed into our own. It could interfere with the human mind, leading to heightened perceptions or even hallucinations. Or it might attract and sustain unusual life forms or technologies that thrive in such an energetically charged environment. The energy vortex theory offers a compelling, albeit speculative, unifying explanation for the sheer volume and variety of paranormal activity reported, suggesting that these are not isolated, random events, but interconnected manifestations of a singular, powerful, unseen force that permeates this entire region. In the quiet contemplation of the Bridgewater Triangle, we expand our definition of an Earth vortex beyond mere disappearances. We see a place where the unknown is not just about what vanishes, but about what appears, what lingers, and what profoundly challenges our conventional understanding of reality. This triangle, with its rich tapestry of UFOs, Bigfoot, Thunderbirds, and phantom animals, serves as a powerful testament to the multifaceted nature of Earth's anomaly zones. It reminds us that our planet holds secrets that are far more intricate and diverse than we often imagine, and that the quest for understanding requires an open mind, willing to consider possibilities that extend far beyond our current scientific paradigms. As we gently absorb these diverse mysteries, we continue our serene journey, ready to explore yet another compelling and unique anomaly zone, further adding to our comprehensive picture of Earth's enduring enigmas. As we gently ease our thoughts away from the diverse paranormal tapestry of the Bridgewater Triangle, our serene journey now guides us southwestward into the sun-drenched, rugged landscapes of Arizona. Here, amidst the stark, breathtaking beauty of the Sonoran Desert, rise the formidable and ancient peaks of the Superstition Mountains. This region, steeped in centuries of human ambition, cultural legends, and haunting disappearances, presents another unique facet of Earth's anomaly zones. It is a place where the allure of unimaginable riches intertwines with the chilling reality of inexplicable vanishments, and where the very air seems to hum with an unseen, potent energy, making it a realm of profound and enduring mystery, beckoning those with brave or foolish hearts. Geographically, the Superstition Mountains are a truly magnificent and imposing range, characterized by towering, eroded volcanic peaks, deep canyons, and vast, arid plateaus. all painted in hues of ochre, crimson, and purple by the relentless Arizona sun. Their rugged, labyrinthine terrain is unforgiving, a maze of treacherous trails, hidden caves, and sudden, deadly drops. The climate is extreme, with scorching summer temperatures that can reach well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and surprisingly cold desert nights. Water sources are scarce and often unreliable, and dangerous wildlife, from rattlesnakes to mountain lions, adds to the inherent peril. This is a landscape that demands respect and often claims those who fail to give it. But beyond these natural dangers, the superstitions have long harbored a far more elusive and sinister reputation, woven into the very fabric of its history and the countless whispers of its past. At the heart of the Superstition Mountains, enduring mystique, lies perhaps the most famous lost mine legend in American history, the Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine. This tale, a shimmering beacon of hope and a harbinger of doom, has drawn countless treasure seekers into the treacherous folds of the mountains for over a century. The legend speaks of an incredibly rich gold mine discovered by a German immigrant named Jacob Waltz, the Dutchman, who reportedly kept its location a closely guarded secret, only revealing cryptic clues on his deathbed in 1891. Since then, the promise of unimaginable wealth has acted as a powerful, almost hypnotic, magnet, pulling prospectors, adventurers, and dreamers from across the globe into the mountain's perilous embrace. Many have sought the mine, equipped with maps, legends, and unwavering determination, hoping to be the one to finally unlock its secrets and claim its fabled bounty. Yet, for every hopeful explorer, there are countless stories of those who entered the superstitions driven by the dream of gold, only to be swallowed by its vastness, their aspirations replaced by a chilling, permanent silence. Indeed, the history of the Superstition Mountains is tragically punctuated by the mysterious disappearances of those who dared to seek the lost Dutchman's gold. These aren't just isolated incidents, but a disturbing pattern that has cemented the mountain's reputation as being cursed. Prospectors, seasoned explorers, and even casual hikers, drawn by the allure of the legend, have vanished without a trace, often leaving behind carefully planned expeditions, only to become another unanswered question in the mountain's long and blood-stained history. One of the most famous such vanishings involved Adolph Ruth, a Washington, D.C. government employee who, in 1931, ventured into the superstitions with maps he claimed would lead him to the lost Dutchman. He disappeared, and his partially decomposed body was found months later, decapitated, with 2 bullet holes, far from where he was expected. His skull was found even later, miles away. Despite the grim discovery, the circumstances of his death, and whether it was murder, accident, or something else entirely, remain shrouded in mystery, further deepening the mountain's dark lore. His maps were gone, and the enigma of the gold persisted. Years later, in 1947, a prospector named James Kidwell also disappeared while searching for the mine. Despite an intensive search, no trace of him or his equipment was ever found. It was as if he, and many others, were simply absorbed by the rugged terrain, leaving behind no clues. The mountain seems to possess an almost sentient quality, actively concealing its secrets, and those who get too close. These disappearances often lack any conventional explanation, confounding investigators. Was it the extreme environment, rival treasure hunters, or something more profound and unexplainable? A protective force inherent to the mountain itself, perhaps even a curse. The consistency of these vanishings, particularly among those focused on the mine, suggests a force far more potent than simple desert perils. The mountain, it seems, takes as much as it gives, and its price is often the ultimate one. Beyond the allure of gold and the tragic disappearances, the Superstition Mountains are also a hub for a variety of strange and unsettling reports, contributing to their designation as an anomaly zone. Many who have ventured deep into its canyons and peaks speak of experiencing an oppressive, unsettling feeling, a pervasive sense of dread, of being watched, or an inexplicable fear that washes over them. Even in broad daylight, this emotional hijacking, a feeling of unease that transcends logical explanation, often drives people to turn back, convinced that they are not alone or that some malevolent presence lurks just beyond their sight. There are also frequent reports of strange, unexplained lights in the sky, sometimes moving erratically, sometimes hovering silently over remote canyons, observed by locals and seasoned hikers alike. These lights, often described as luminous orbs or pulsating energies, defy conventional explanation, adding another layer of intrigue to the mountain's mysteries. Furthermore, accounts of unusual sounds echo through the canyon's disembodied screams, strange whispers that seem to come from nowhere or the distant, unidentifiable cries that seem to emanate from the mountain's deepest recesses. These auditory phenomena, combined with the inexplicable lights and the pervasive feeling of dread, paint a picture of a place that is not just physically dangerous, but energetically charged, perhaps even sentient in its ability to influence human perception and fate. It suggests that the superstitions are not merely a backdrop for a gold legend, but an active, powerful earth vortex, capable of affecting those who enter its domain in deeply unsettling ways, perhaps protecting its ancient treasures with forces beyond our comprehension. The mountains, in this sense, become a living entity, guarding secrets with a vigilance that transcends time. The Superstition Mountains, therefore, stand as a powerful and unique example of an Earth anomaly zone, one that combines the classic elements of ancient lore, the lore of treasure, and the chilling reality of inexplicable vanishings and strange phenomena. It reinforces the theme that these vortexes are diverse in their manifestations, yet consistent in their capacity to defy rational explanation. The blend of historical disappearances, local legends, and unsettling environmental experiences creates a profound sense of wonder and dread, reminding us of the planet's vast untamed mysteries. As we gently absorb the tales of cursed gold and vanished explorers from this evocative corner of the American West, we prepare to shift our focus to broader theoretical frameworks, seeking to connect these disparate mysteries into a more unified understanding of Earth's global energetic patterns. As we gently ease our minds away from the captivating tales of cursed gold and vanished explorers in the ancient Superstition Mountains, our tranquil journey now invites us to ascend to a broader, more theoretical vantage point, having explored individual Earth vortexes across diverse landscapes and oceans, from the icy grip of Alaska to the turbulent Bermuda Triangle, the mysterious Pacific Dragon's Sea, the freshwater enigmas of Michigan, the forested disappearances of Bennington, and the paranormal tapestry of Bridgewater. We naturally begin to seek patterns, to discern common threads that might weave these disparate mysteries into a grander, unifying narrative. It is here that we delve into the intriguing realms of scientific and pseudoscientific theories, attempting to understand the unseen forces that might connect these anomalous zones, offering a framework for comprehension that extends beyond individual incidents and towards a global perspective on Earth's subtle, yet potent, energies. We are invited to consider our planet as a complex, living system, pulsating with forces that silently shape our reality in ways we are only just beginning to truly fathom. One of the most widely considered scientific concepts in understanding localized anomalies is the Earth's magnetic field. Our planet is, in essence, a giant magnet, generating a vast, protective magnetic field that extends far into space, shielding us from harmful solar radiation and guiding our compasses. However, this field is not perfectly uniform. Due to variations in the Earth's geological composition, such as large deposits of certain ferrous minerals or unique geological fault lines, localized magnetic anomalies can occur. These are specific areas where the magnetic field is either unusually strong, weak, or distorted, causing the magnetic north indicated by a compass to deviate significantly from the true geographical north. For centuries, mariners and aviators have reported compasses spinning erratically, behaving as if possessed, or giving completely false readings in certain regions of the world. In the era before sophisticated GPS technology, such instrumental malfunctions could have dire consequences, leading to profound disorientation, veering off course into treacherous weather, or unknowingly entering dangerous, uncharted territories. Even with modern technology, sudden, severe magnetic disruptions can still interfere with sophisticated navigation systems, scrambling signals or causing electronic equipment to momentarily fail, leading to critical errors in navigation, especially in conditions of poor visibility or extreme weather. These subtle magnetic quirks, though invisible to the naked eye, offer a tangible, scientific explanation for at least some of the navigational confusion and inexplicable deviations observed in places like the Bermuda and Alaska triangles, suggesting that the very forces of our planet's core can subtly, yet powerfully, influence the fate of those who pass through these unique zones. Building upon the concept of unseen planetary forces, we gently transition to a more speculative, yet deeply resonant, idea, the theory of ley lines. This fascinating concept posits that there are invisible lines or pathways of telluric energy's subtle energetic currents that crisscross the Earth's surface, connecting ancient sacred sites, megalithic structures, and places of profound natural power. The term ley line was coined in 1921 by Alfred Watkins, who observed that numerous ancient sites in Britain seemed to align in straight geographical lines. However, the underlying concept has roots much deeper in history, predating modern terminology. Ancient cultures, across continents, from the dragon currents of Chinese feng shui to the dreaming tracks of Australian Aboriginal lore, the spirit lines of indigenous North Americans, and the pilgrimage routes of various spiritual traditions, have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical alignments possess an inherent, subtle power. These traditions suggest that these lines are conduits for an earth energy that can be felt, harnessed, or, when disturbed, can manifest in unusual ways. Proponents of the ley line theory suggest that these lines of energy are not just spiritual pathways, but actual energetic arteries of the earth, capable of influencing everything from geological stability to human consciousness. Where multiple ley lines converge, it is believed that the energy becomes particularly concentrated, creating energy vortexes or nodes of amplified telluric force. These points of convergence, it is theorized, often correspond precisely with places that have a long history of unexplained phenomena, including many of the anomaly zones we have explored on our journey. Imagine, if you will, that the powerful, yet often baffling, occurrences in the Alaska Triangle's disappearances, its indigenous legends of portals, might be linked to a powerful ley line intersection. Or consider how the diverse paranormal activity of the Bridgewater Triangle, with its UFOs and cryptids, could be explained by a convergence of these energetic pathways. acting as a catalyst for a multitude of effects. The unifying power of the leyline theory lies in its potential to link seemingly disparate vortexes into a cohesive, global pattern. What if the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, and even the Superstition Mountains are all situated on a vast, interconnected grid of these invisible energy lines? This would suggest that the anomalous events in these places are not merely isolated geological or meteorological quirks, but rather manifestations of a larger, planetary system of energetic dynamics. The theory proposes that these lines can influence the Earth's subtle electromagnetic fields, perhaps even interacting with our atmosphere in ways we don't yet fully comprehend. This interaction could lead to the instrumental malfunctions reported by pilots and sailors, the strange lights in the sky, or even the profound feelings of disorientation and dread experienced by individuals in these zones. It is a concept that subtly bridges ancient intuitive wisdom with modern scientific inquiry, suggesting that our ancestors might have possessed a deeper, more holistic understanding of our planet's energetic landscape than we currently acknowledge. Therefore, these theories, from the scientifically acknowledged magnetic anomalies to the more speculative, yet deeply resonant, concept of ley lines, provide us with a powerful framework for beginning to understand the potential underlying forces that might connect the various anomaly zones we have explored. They offer intellectual satisfaction by proposing mechanisms, whether physical or energetic, that could explain the perplexing patterns of disappearance, strange phenomena, and historical accounts we have encountered. They invite us to view our planet not just as a collection of physical features, but as a dynamic, living entity imbued with a complex, energetic architecture. This global perspective on energy helps us to see beyond individual mysteries and to consider the profound interconnectedness of Earth's enduring enigmas, subtly transforming our journey into a quest for a grander, more holistic understanding of our wondrous home. As we gently make this shift, allowing these theoretical concepts to settle within our minds, we prepare to delve even deeper into more cutting-edge scientific ideas, further expanding our peaceful exploration into the heart of the unknown. As we gently expand our theoretical horizons, moving beyond the intriguing concepts of magnetic anomalies and the ancient wisdom echoed in ley lines, our tranquil journey now invites us to delve into even more cutting-edge scientific ideas. These are hypotheses that push the boundaries of current understanding, probing the very subtleties of our physical world in search of explanations for the perplexing phenomena observed in Earth's anomaly zones. With a calm and inquisitive mind, let us explore these possibilities, allowing them to quietly settle within our thoughts, adding further layers to our understanding of the planet's enigmatic whispers. One fascinating and increasingly explored scientific hypothesis involves infrasound. Infrasound refers to low-frequency sound waves, those below the threshold of human hearing, typically less than 20 Hz. These sounds are often generated by natural phenomena such as strong winds, ocean waves, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even certain weather patterns. While undetectable by our ears, infrasound can still have profound physiological and psychological effects on the human body. Exposure to high levels of infrasound, or even prolonged exposure to lower levels, has been linked to feelings of unease, anxiety, dread, paranoia, and even vivid hallucinations. Some researchers theorize that certain Earth vortexes, due to their unique geological structures or consistent meteorological conditions, might naturally generate or funnel concentrated infrasound frequencies. Imagine, if you will, a pilot flying through a seemingly calm patch of air, or a hiker traversing a silent valley. unknowingly subjected to these imperceptible sound waves. The resulting disorientation, feelings of panic, or even a sudden, irrational urge to change course could lead directly to tragic disappearances or strange experiences, creating a profound mystery without any visible cause. This theory provides a compelling, though still developing, scientific mechanism for how the environment itself could directly influence human perception and behavior in ways that mimic supernatural intervention, subtly yet powerfully affecting consciousness and decision-making without any overt warning. Another deeply intriguing, albeit highly theoretical, avenue of exploration involves gravitational wave distortions. While gravitational waves are typically associated with colossal cosmic events like colliding black holes, theoretical physics sometimes posits the existence of localized, subtle distortions in spacetime itself, perhaps on a much smaller scale. What if certain geological configurations or immense energetic convergences within Earth vortexes could create minute, yet significant, ripples or distortions in the local gravitational field? Such distortions, if they occurred, could theoretically affect objects passing through them, causing momentary shifts in an aircraft's trajectory, or subtly altering the perception of direction and distance for individuals on the ground, though currently beyond our direct measurement capabilities on a localized scale. This concept opens a door to understanding phenomena that defy conventional physics, suggesting that our most fundamental laws of gravity might experience subtle variations in these unique zones. It is a concept that allows us to gently ponder the universe's grand design and the potential for its deepest forces to manifest in ways that are still largely unknown to us, subtly reshaping our understanding of reality. We also consider the intricate role of unique atmospheric conditions as potential contributors to vortex phenomena. Beyond typical weather patterns, certain geographical areas might consistently experience unusual atmospheric compositions or electrical activity. For instance, localized pockets of highly charged air or concentrations of specific atmospheric gases could create visual distortions, generate strange lights, or interfere with electronic systems in unpredictable ways. The electronic fog reported in the Bermuda Triangle, for example, might be a manifestation of such an atmospheric anomaly, temporary, localized electromagnetic disturbance that scrambles instruments and disorients those within it. Similarly, regions with high levels of atmospheric static electricity could lead to unexpected electrical discharges, creating strange light phenomena or even causing inexplicable power outages in aircraft. These subtle atmospheric quirks, often invisible to the naked eye, could quietly conspire with other forces to create a bewildering array of effects, making navigation treacherous and reality seem to bend and waver, all without leaving a clear, conventional explanation. Furthermore, we must always consider the undeniable, yet sometimes underestimated, influence of ocean currents and underwater topography in maritime mystery zones. While straightforward in concept, their power to conceal and confuse is immense. In areas like the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea, complex and powerful ocean currents can rapidly disperse wreckage over vast areas, making recovery efforts akin to finding a needle in an oceanic haystack. Deep underwater trenches and canyons, often unmapped in detail, can swallow entire ships and planes, hiding them permanently from detection. The rapid descent into crushing depths, combined with the pulverizing force of water, can disintegrate vessels into unrecognizable fragments, further hindering identification. Even if a vessel were to suffer a catastrophic failure, the natural forces of the ocean itself are masters of concealment, making it incredibly difficult to determine the ultimate fate of those who vanish in its grasp. This natural, formidable power, combined with other inexplicable factors, ensures that the ocean remains a vast, silent keeper of secrets. As we gently reflect on these advanced scientific hypotheses, from the imperceptible influence of infrasound to the theoretical distortions of gravitational waves and the tangible yet complex role of unique atmospheric and oceanic conditions, a clear understanding begins to emerge. The *** limitations of current scientific understanding ***, for all our technological prowess and intellectual curiosity, there remains a vast, humbling expanse of phenomena that our current instruments cannot fully detect. Our theories cannot entirely explain, and our models cannot perfectly predict. These Earth vortexes stand as powerful testaments to this scientific humility, reminding us that the universe and our own planet hold secrets far more intricate and profound than we often allow ourselves to believe. The very act of exploring these theories, even if they remain unproven, is a testament to humanity's relentless quest for knowledge, our inherent drive to comprehend the vastness of the unknown. It is in embracing this sense of wonder and acknowledging the boundaries of our current understanding that we find a unique kind of peace, a calm acceptance that some mysteries are meant to endure, gently beckoning us to continue our quiet search for deeper truths. These scientific pursuits, though complex, serve to deepen our appreciation for the intricate, dynamic, and often inexplicable forces that shape our world, inviting us to settle into a state of contemplation where the pursuit of knowledge itself becomes a soothing journey into the infinite. As our serene exploration continues to unfold, gently guiding us through the intricate web of scientific hypotheses and natural explanations for Earth's perplexing anomaly zones, we now approach a realm that lies beyond the conventional. With a calm and open mind, we transition from the observable and the theoretically plausible to the purely speculative, the deeply mysterious, and the profoundly paranormal. These are theories that venture into the fringes of our understanding, inviting us to consider possibilities that defy our current scientific paradigms, yet have resonated through human experience for centuries. They speak of realities just beyond our grasp, of forces that might bend the very fabric of existence, and of intelligence far beyond our own. We embark on this segment not to present proven facts, but to gently ponder the persistent, captivating whispers of the truly unknown, allowing these imaginative possibilities to settle within our thoughts without alarm. One of the most captivating and persistently discussed speculative theories involves the concept of ***, interdimensional portals ***, or localized ***, shifts in reality ***. This idea suggests that within certain Earth vortexes, places like the Bermuda Triangle, the Alaska Triangle, or even the Bennington Triangle, there exist thin places where the veil between our perceived reality and another dimension becomes exceptionally permeable. Imagine that the very fabric of space and time, which we normally experience as constant and stable, might, in these unique geographical locations, occasionally ripple or distort. Through these momentary shifts, a plane, a ship, or even an individual could theoretically slip through, instantly transitioning to a parallel dimension, an alternate timeline, or simply vanishing from our own reality without a trace. This would offer a profound explanation for the complete lack of wreckage or bodies in many disappearance cases, as the missing wouldn't have crashed or been destroyed, but rather transported. This concept finds echoes in the ancient indigenous lore we explored, where tribal elders spoke of sacred, yet feared, areas as gateways to the spirit world or realms inhabited by non-human entities. These ancestral stories, passed down through countless generations, suggest an intuitive understanding of the earth holding secrets far beyond physical geography, hinting at an intricate, multi-layered existence that our modern instruments are only now beginning to tentatively grasp. It is a thought that expands our consciousness, inviting us to consider the universe as a tapestry woven with many different threads of reality, all existing in subtle proximity. Further deepening the well of speculative theories is the pervasive and often unsettling idea of UFO involvement in disappearances and strange aerial phenomena within these anomaly zones. Across many of the regions we've discussed, from the skies above the Alaska Triangle to the waters of the Bermuda Triangle and the diverse activity of the Bridgewater Triangle, there are consistent, albeit anecdotal, reports of unidentified flying objects. Witnesses, often credible and sometimes including experienced pilots or military personnel, describe seeing strange lights, unconventional craft moving at impossible speeds, or silent, triangular vessels that defy known aerospace technology. These sightings sometimes precede, coincide with, or follow incidents of unexplained vanishings. The theory posits that these UFOs could be craft belonging to advanced, non-human intelligences, extraterrestrial, or perhaps even interdimensional beings who are actively operating within these vortexes. Their presence could be for observation, research, or reasons entirely beyond our comprehension. Could some of the disappearances be the result of accidental or deliberate abductions? Could their advanced technology interact with the Earth's natural energy fields, either intentionally or as a side effect, contributing to the disorientation, instrumental failures, or even the direct removal of vehicles and individuals? While undoubtedly the most sensational of theories, it addresses the absolute lack of trace, the suddenness of disappearances, and the reports of strange aerial activity that often defy meteorological or conventional explanations. It is a possibility that, while requiring a leap of faith for many, cannot be entirely dismissed when faced with the sheer volume of unexplained occurrences in these zones. Another facet of these paranormal explanations delves into the idea of sentient or elemental forces This is distinct from interdimensional travel, positing that certain regions possess an inherent, almost living, malevolence or a highly disruptive energy. This could be interpreted as ancient spirits, elemental beings, or even a form of localized consciousness within the Earth itself that reacts to human intrusion. For example, some indigenous legends speak of mountains or swamps with malevolent entities that lure people away or consume them. This theory suggests that the disappearances are not random accidents, but deliberate acts by these unseen forces, perhaps protecting sacred areas or simply operating beyond human moral constructs. Such a force might manifest as an oppressive feeling, strange auditory phenomena, or a profound sense of disorientation, causing individuals to wander off, unable to resist an unseen pull. While less scientific in its approach, it attempts to bridge the gap between ancient spiritual understandings and the very real, psychological and physical effects reported by those who venture into these zones. It is crucial, as we contemplate these deeply speculative theories, to acknowledge them for what they are, possibilities that remain, as yet, unproven by empirical scientific method. They exist at the very edge of our understanding, requiring us to stretch our imagination beyond the confines of everyday logic. However, the very persistence of these theories, the consistency with which they arise across different cultures and different anomaly zones, speaks to a fundamental human yearning to explain the truly inexplicable. When all conventional explanations fail, when advanced search technologies yield nothing, and when patterns of vanishing continue over centuries, the human mind naturally seeks answers in realms that transcend the ordinary. These speculative ideas, while not offering definitive solutions, provide comfort in their attempt to offer some framework, some narrative, for events that otherwise remain in the terrifying void of absolute unknown. They remind us that the universe is vast, intricate, and likely populated with phenomena that we, with our current level of perception and technology, are only just beginning to dimly perceive. The exploration of interdimensional portals, UFO involvement, and other paranormal explanations serves to highlight the sheer breadth of human curiosity and our unwavering determination to make sense of the world around us, even when that world defies all expected norms. It allows us to hold a respectful space for the profound mysteries that our planet continually presents. Embracing a sense of wonder that extends beyond the purely scientific, we find a unique peace in this open-minded contemplation, a quiet understanding that our world is far more mysterious and wondrous than we often comprehend. As these profound and speculative concepts settle gently within our thoughts, we prepare to shift our focus to the intimate, deeply personal human experiences within these zones, further enriching our comprehensive picture of Earth's enduring enigmas. We continue our calm journey, always seeking to understand, yet also embracing the infinite beauty of the unknown. As our calm journey gently brings us closer to the heart of these Earth vortexes, moving beyond theories and into the very fabric of lived experience, we must now turn our attention to the most poignant aspect of these mysteries, the human element. For while the scientific hypotheses and speculative notions are intellectually captivating, it is in the profound and often indelible impact on individuals and families that the true weight of these unexplained phenomena lies. These are not merely abstract puzzles, they are deeply personal narratives of wonder, fear, and enduring grief. With empathy and respect, let us gently explore the accounts of those who have encountered the strange without vanishing, and the harrowing psychological toll on the loved ones of those who have simply ceased to be. Many individuals who have ventured into these anomalous zones, and fortunately returned, carry with them stories of strange, non-disappearance related experiences that defy easy categorization. These accounts, while varied, often share unsettling commonalities. Imagine a seasoned hiker in the Superstition Mountains describing an overwhelming, irrational feeling of dread that washed over them, a pervasive sense of being watched by unseen eyes, compelling them to abandon their path and retreat, even under a clear, bright sky. Or consider a pilot flying over the Bermuda Triangle, reporting a momentary yet profound disorientation, a feeling of lost time where their internal clock seemed to skip, or the landscape below appeared to subtly shift, only for everything to return to normal moments later, leaving them shaken but unharmed. In the dense forests of the Bennington Triangle, some explorers have spoken of hearing disembodied whispers or strange, guttural sounds emanating from the deep woods, sounds that seemed to come from nowhere and defy any known animal call, inducing a primal fear that lingered long after they left the area. These experiences, though they did not lead to permanent vanishings, highlight how these vortexes can subtly yet powerfully affect human perception. emotions, and even one's sense of reality, leaving an indelible mark on those who encounter their enigmatic influence. They suggest that the forces at play are not always about physical removal, but sometimes about a direct, unsettling interaction with the very consciousness of those who venture too close. Yet, perhaps the most profound and enduring human impact of these earth vortexes is felt by the families and friends of those who have simply vanished without a trace. For these loved ones, the mystery transcends intellectual curiosity. It becomes a raw, agonizing, and perpetual wound. Unlike a confirmed tragedy, where there is a known cause, a recovery, and a final resting place, the disappearance into an anomaly zone leaves behind a cruel void of absolute uncertainty. Imagine the profound agony of a parent whose child simply evaporated from a family outing in the Bennington Triangle, or a spouse whose partner disappeared with their plane over the Alaska Triangle, with no wreckage, no debris, no body, and no explanation ever offered. This unique form of grief is an emotional trauma loop, a cycle of hope and despair that never fully resolves. Every news report, every new theory, every faint hope of a clue reignites the pain, only for it to settle back into the crushing weight of the unknown. The lack of a physical site for remembrance, the absence of a grave to visit, denies them the very rituals of mourning that are so vital to healing. They are left in a torturous limbo, forever asking what if and why. Their lives irrevocably altered by a silence that offers no answers. The psychological toll extends beyond immediate family members, deeply affecting entire communities and, notably, the dedicated search and rescue teams. For the men and women who brave the perilous conditions of these vortexes, the unforgiving Alaskan wilderness, the vastness of the Atlantic, or the dense forests of Vermont, repeated failure to find even a shred of evidence is uniquely disheartening. They are trained to bring closure, to offer comfort, to provide answers. Yet in these anomalous zones, their tireless efforts are often rendered impotent by the absolute, inexplicable void left behind. This relentless search for nothing, this confrontation with an invisible or consuming force, can lead to their own profound sense of frustration, exhaustion, and sometimes a quiet despair, challenging their professional expertise and their deeply held belief in logical outcomes. It is a stark contrast to typical recoveries, where at least some form of debris or a crash site offers a tangible explanation, even if tragic. Here, the reality is often just emptiness, a chilling testament to the power of these places to defy not only our technology but our very human efforts to understand. These deeply personal narratives, the unsettling encounters, the unresolved grief, the persistent questions serve to profoundly recenter our exploration. They remind us that behind every puzzling statistic, every unexplained phenomenon, there are real human stories, lives forever impacted by forces we still struggle to comprehend. The experiences of those who have ventured into these zones, whether they returned with strange tales or were absorbed into the silence, challenge our very understanding of reality, pushing the boundaries of what we deem possible. They compel us to acknowledge that our world is far more complex, more mysterious, and perhaps more subtly sentient than we often perceive. In listening to these human echoes, we foster a deeper empathy, connecting not just with the abstract mystery, but with the raw emotional truth of its impact. This shared human quest for answers in the face of the inexplicable is a testament to our enduring spirit. A quiet journey into the heart of the unknown that ultimately deepens our appreciation for the vastness of our planet's enduring enigmas. inviting us to find a unique sense of peace and wonder in its infinite, baffling complexity. As these poignant human stories settle gently within our thoughts, we prepare to synthesize all we have learned, to unravel the threads of connection that might bind these global mysteries together. As our profound and tranquil exploration of Earth's most enigmatic anomaly zones gently draws to a close, leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories, theories, and human experiences, we arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection. Having journeyed from the frozen wilderness of the Alaska Triangle to the oceanic depths of the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea, through the freshwater mysteries of Michigan and the forested vanishings of Bennington, across the paranormal landscape of Bridgewater, and into the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains, we now possess a deeper, more nuanced understanding of our planet's hidden wonders. It is here, in this quiet space of contemplation, that we are invited to begin unraveling the threads, to synthesize all that we have learned, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, and to ponder the profound question: are these mysterious regions truly isolated phenomena, or are they, in fact, interconnected, part of a grander, unifying pattern woven into the very fabric of our Earth? Let us gently revisit the striking commonalities that have emerged from our shared journey, time and again, across vastly different environments and cultures. We have encountered the inexplicable disappearance of individuals, aircraft, and maritime vessels. Whether it was the Stinson Voyager in Alaska, Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle, Japanese fishing boats in the Devil's Sea, the Rosabelle on Lake Michigan, or hikers in the Bennington Triangle, the outcome has often been the same: an absolute, baffling lack of wreckage, debris, or bodies. This persistent absence of physical evidence defies conventional search and rescue protocols and challenges our logical expectations of what happens after a catastrophic event. It suggests a force capable of not merely destroying, but utterly obliterating or removing its victims from our reality, leaving behind only an echoing silence and a profound sense of unanswered questions. This recurring pattern, this surgical precision of vanishing acts, is perhaps the most haunting and unifying characteristic of these global vortexes. Beyond the stark reality of disappearances, we have also observed a consistent pattern of instrumental malfunctions and navigational anomalies. Christopher Columbus himself noted erratic compass readings in the Bermuda Triangle centuries ago, a phenomenon echoed by Lieutenant Taylor's desperate reports during Flight 19 and the magnetic disturbances theorized in the Alaska Triangle. Pilots and sailors in various zones have spoken of compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems failing, and radio communications becoming garbled or ceasing altogether. These technological disruptions, often occurring without apparent cause, point to localized energetic interference that transcends mere mechanical failure or predictable weather effects. Whether these are magnetic anomalies, as proposed in some scientific hypotheses, or a more subtle, yet powerful, form of electromagnetic distortion, the effect is undeniably consistent: a temporary, yet profound, disruption of our most reliable navigational tools, leading to disorientation and peril. Furthermore, our exploration has revealed a deep well of local legends and indigenous lore that often mirrors modern observations. From the Ethoboscan tales of hairy man and thin places in Alaska, to the Abenaki legends of a cursed mountain in Bennington, and the Japanese mariners' whispers of dragon currents in the Devil's Sea, ancient cultures have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical areas possess an unusual, sometimes malevolent, power. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of portals, spirit beings, and energies that can disorient or consume. The remarkable alignment between these ancient intuitive understandings and the puzzling phenomena of our modern era suggests a continuity of experience that transcends technological advancement. It implies that these anomaly zones have been active for millennia, observed and interpreted by human consciousness long before the advent of scientific instruments, offering a profound cultural context to our contemporary perplexities. And finally, we have encountered a diverse array of strange phenomena beyond mere vanishings. The electronic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, the phantom ships of Lake Michigan, the UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and Thunderbird reports in the Bridgewater Triangle, and the strange lights and oppressive feelings in the Superstition Mountains all point to a localized concentration of diverse, inexplicable activity. This broader spectrum of paranormal manifestations suggests that these vortexes are not just sites of disappearance, but hubs where the very fabric of reality can be influenced, allowing for the appearance of cryptids, unusual aerial phenomena, and profound psychological effects on those who venture near. This diversity, yet consistency of unusual occurrences, further strengthens the argument for a localized energy source or a unique environmental condition that acts as a catalyst for a multitude of effects, blurring the lines between the natural, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. So, as we unravel these threads, the question naturally arises: is there a unifying force or mechanism at play, a grand design that connects these seemingly disparate vortexes? The recurring patterns, the absolute disappearances, the instrumental failures, the ancient lore, and the diverse paranormal manifestations strongly suggest that these are not random coincidences. Instead, they might be symptomatic expressions of a larger, global system of Earth energies. Perhaps, as the ley line theory suggests, invisible arteries of telluric force crisscross our planet, converging at these anomaly zones to create pockets of amplified, distorted energy. Or maybe, as modern scientific hypotheses explore, subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field, concentrated infrasound frequencies, or localized gravitational distortions are at work, sometimes combining with unique atmospheric or oceanic conditions to create the perfect storm of inexplicable events. The compelling truth is that while we have explored a multitude of theories, no single explanation fully encompasses every mystery in every location, and perhaps that is precisely where the true wonder lies. The interconnectedness might not be a single, simple cause, but a complex interplay of many subtle forces: geological, electromagnetic, atmospheric, and perhaps even those that transcend our current scientific understanding. This global perspective invites us to view our Earth not just as a collection of separate features, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with intricate, dynamic forces, some of which remain profoundly mysterious. The quiet contemplation of these interconnected threads brings us to a profound realization that the very mystery of these vortexes is part of a larger, more intricate planetary puzzle, one that continues to beckon us with its enduring whispers, promising that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to simply wonder at. This recognition allows us to find a unique comfort in the vastness of the unknown, preparing us for the final reflections on humanity's persistent fascination with the inexplicable, as our profound and tranquil exploration of Earth's most enigmatic anomaly zones gently draws to a close, leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories, theories, and human experiences. We arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection, having journeyed from the frozen wilderness of the Alaska Triangle to the oceanic depths of the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea. through the freshwater mysteries of Michigan and the forested vanishings of Bennington, across the paranormal landscape of Bridgewater, and into the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains, we now possess a deeper, more nuanced understanding of our planet's hidden wonders. It is here, in this quiet space of contemplation, that we are invited to begin unraveling the threads, to synthesize all that we have learned, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, and to ponder the profound question: are these mysterious regions truly isolated phenomena, or are they, in fact, interconnected, part of a grander, unifying pattern woven into the very fabric of our Earth? Let us gently revisit the striking commonalities that have emerged from our shared journey, time and again, across vastly different environments and cultures. We have encountered the inexplicable disappearance of individuals, aircraft, and maritime vessels. Whether it was the Stinson Voyager in Alaska, Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle, Japanese fishing boats in the Devil's Sea, the Rosabelle on Lake Michigan, or hikers in the Bennington Triangle, the outcome has often been the same: an absolute, baffling lack of wreckage, debris, or bodies. This persistent absence of physical evidence defies conventional search and rescue protocols and challenges our logical expectations of what happens after a catastrophic event. It suggests a force capable of not merely destroying, but utterly obliterating or removing its victims from our reality, leaving behind only an echoing silence and a profound sense of unanswered questions. This recurring pattern, this surgical precision of vanishing acts, is perhaps the most haunting and unifying characteristic of these global vortexes. Beyond the stark reality of disappearances, we have also observed a consistent pattern of instrumental malfunctions and navigational anomalies. Christopher Columbus himself noted erratic compass readings in the Bermuda Triangle centuries ago, a phenomenon echoed by Lieutenant Taylor's desperate reports during Flight 19 and the magnetic disturbances theorized in the Alaska Triangle. Pilots and sailors in various zones have spoken of compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems failing, and radio communications becoming garbled or ceasing altogether. These technological disruptions, often occurring without apparent cause, point to localized energetic interference that transcends mere mechanical failure or predictable weather effects. Whether these are magnetic anomalies, as proposed in some scientific hypotheses, or a more subtle, yet powerful, form of electromagnetic distortion, the effect is undeniably consistent: a temporary, yet profound, disruption of our most reliable navigational tools, leading to disorientation and peril. Furthermore, our exploration has revealed a deep well of local legends and indigenous lore that often mirrors modern observations. From the Etheboscan tales of hairy man and thin places in Alaska, to the Abenaki legends of a cursed mountain in Bennington, and the Japanese mariners' whispers of dragon currents in the Devil's Sea, ancient cultures have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical areas possess an unusual, sometimes malevolent, power. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of portals, spirit beings, and energies that can disorient or consume. The remarkable alignment between these ancient intuitive understandings and the puzzling phenomena of our modern era suggests a continuity of experience that transcends technological advancement. It implies that these anomaly zones have been active for millennia, observed and interpreted by human consciousness long before the advent of scientific instruments, offering a profound cultural context to our contemporary perplexities. And finally, we have encountered a diverse array of strange phenomena beyond mere vanishings: the electronic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, the phantom ships of Lake Michigan, the UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and Thunderbird reports in the Bridgewater Triangle, and the strange lights and oppressive feelings in the Superstition Mountains all point to a localized concentration of diverse, inexplicable activity. This broader spectrum of paranormal manifestations suggests that these vortexes are not just sites of disappearance, but hubs where the very fabric of reality can be influenced, allowing for the appearance of cryptids, unusual aerial phenomena, and profound psychological effects on those who venture near. This diversity, yet consistency of unusual occurrences, further strengthens the argument for a localized energy source or a unique environmental condition that acts as a catalyst for a multitude of effects, blurring the lines between the natural, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. So, as we unravel these threads, the question naturally arises: is there a unifying force or mechanism at play, a grand design that connects these seemingly disparate vortexes? The recurring patterns, the absolute disappearances, the instrumental failures, the ancient lore, and the diverse paranormal manifestations strongly suggest that these are not random coincidences. Instead, they might be symptomatic expressions of a larger, global system of Earth energies. Perhaps, as the ley line theory suggests, invisible arteries of telluric force crisscross our planet, converging at these anomaly zones to create pockets of amplified, distorted energy. Or maybe, as modern scientific hypotheses explore, subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field, concentrated infrasound frequencies, or localized gravitational distortions are at work, sometimes combining with unique atmospheric or oceanic conditions to create the perfect storm of inexplicable events. The compelling truth is that while we have explored a multitude of theories, no single explanation fully encompasses every mystery in every location, and perhaps that is precisely where the true wonder lies. The interconnectedness might not be a single, simple cause, but a complex interplay of many subtle forces: geological, electromagnetic, atmospheric, and perhaps even those that transcend our current scientific understanding. This global perspective invites us to view our Earth not just as a collection of physical features, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with intricate, dynamic forces, some of which remain profoundly mysterious. The quiet contemplation of these interconnected threads brings us to a profound realization that the very mystery of these vortexes is part of a larger, more intricate, planetary puzzle, one that continues to beckon us with its enduring whispers, promising that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to simply wonder at. This recognition allows us to find a unique comfort in the vastness of the unknown, preparing us for the final reflections on humanity's persistent fascination with the inexplicable, as our profound and tranquil exploration of Earth's most enigmatic anomaly zones gently draws to a close. Leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories, theories, and human experiences, we arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection. Having journeyed from the frozen wilderness of the Alaska Triangle to the oceanic depths of the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea, through the freshwater mysteries of Michigan and the forested vanishings of Bennington, across the paranormal landscape of Bridgewater, and into the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains, we now possess a deeper, more nuanced understanding of our planet's hidden wonders. It is here, in this quiet space of contemplation, that we are invited to begin unraveling the threads, to synthesize all that we have learned, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, and to ponder the profound question: are these mysterious regions truly isolated phenomena, or are they, in fact, interconnected, part of a grander, unifying pattern woven into the very fabric of our Earth? let us gently revisit the striking commonalities that have emerged from our shared journey, time and again, across vastly different environments and cultures. We have encountered the inexplicable disappearance of individuals, aircraft, and maritime vessels. Whether it was the Stinson Voyager in Alaska, Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle, Japanese fishing boats in the Devil's Sea, the Rosabelle on Lake Michigan, or hikers in the Bennington Triangle, the outcome has often been the same: an absolute, baffling lack of wreckage, debris, or bodies. This persistent absence of physical evidence defies conventional search and rescue protocols and challenges our logical expectations of what happens after a catastrophic event. It suggests a force capable of not merely destroying, but utterly obliterating or removing its victims from our reality, leaving behind only an echoing silence and a profound sense of unanswered questions. This recurring pattern, this surgical precision of vanishing acts, is perhaps the most haunting and unifying characteristic of these global vortexes. Beyond the stark reality of disappearances, we have also observed a consistent pattern of instrumental malfunctions and navigational anomalies. Christopher Columbus himself noted erratic compass readings in the Bermuda Triangle centuries ago, a phenomenon echoed by Lieutenant Taylor's desperate reports during Flight 19 and the magnetic disturbances theorized in the Alaska Triangle. Pilots and sailors in various zones have spoken of compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems failing, and radio communications becoming garbled or ceasing altogether. These technological disruptions, often occurring without apparent cause, point to localized energetic interference that transcends mere mechanical failure or predictable weather effects. Whether these are magnetic anomalies, as proposed in some scientific hypotheses, or a more subtle, yet powerful, form of electromagnetic distortion, the effect is undeniably consistent: a temporary, yet profound, disruption of our most reliable navigational tools, leading to disorientation and peril. Furthermore, our exploration has revealed a deep well of local legends and indigenous lore that often mirrors modern observations. From the Etheboscan tales of hairy man and thin places in Alaska, to the Abenaki legends of a cursed mountain in Bennington, and the Japanese mariners' whispers of dragon currents in the Devil's Sea, ancient cultures have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical areas possess an unusual, sometimes malevolent, power. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of portals, spirit beings, and energies that can disorient or consume. The remarkable alignment between these ancient intuitive understandings and the puzzling phenomena of our modern era suggests a continuity of experience that transcends technological advancement. It implies that these anomaly zones have been active for millennia, observed and interpreted by human consciousness long before the advent of scientific instruments, offering a profound cultural context to our contemporary perplexities. And finally, we have encountered a diverse array of strange phenomena beyond mere vanishings. The electronic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, the phantom ships of Lake Michigan, the UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and Thunderbird reports in the Bridgewater Triangle, and the strange lights and oppressive feelings in the Superstition Mountains all point to a localized concentration of diverse, inexplicable activity. This broader spectrum of paranormal manifestations suggests that these vortexes are not just sites of disappearance, but hubs where the very fabric of reality can be influenced, allowing for the appearance of cryptids, unusual aerial phenomena, and profound psychological effects on those who venture near. This diversity, yet consistency of unusual occurrences, further strengthens the argument for a localized energy source or a unique environmental condition that acts as a catalyst for a multitude of effects, blurring the lines between the natural, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. So, as we unravel these threads, the question naturally arises: is there a unifying force or mechanism at play, a grand design that connects these seemingly disparate vortexes? The recurring patterns, the absolute disappearances, the instrumental failures, the ancient law, and the diverse paranormal manifestations strongly suggest that these are not random coincidences. Instead, they might be symptomatic expressions of a larger, global system of Earth energies. Perhaps, as the ley line theory suggests, invisible arteries of telluric force crisscross our planet, converging at these anomaly zones to create pockets of amplified, distorted energy. Or maybe, as modern scientific hypotheses explore, subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field, concentrated infrasound frequencies, or localized gravitational distortions are at work, sometimes combining with unique atmospheric or oceanic conditions to create the perfect storm of inexplicable events. The compelling truth is that while we have explored a multitude of theories, no single explanation fully encompasses every mystery in every location, and perhaps that is precisely where the true wonder lies. The interconnectedness might not be a single, simple cause, but a complex interplay of many subtle forces: geological, electromagnetic, atmospheric, and perhaps even those that transcend our current scientific understanding. This global perspective invites us to view our Earth not just as a collection of physical features, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with intricate, dynamic forces, some of which remain profoundly mysterious. The quiet contemplation of these interconnected threads brings us to a profound realization that the very mystery of these vortexes is part of a larger, more intricate planetary puzzle, one that continues to beckon us with its enduring whispers, promising that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to simply wonder at. This recognition allows us to find a unique comfort in the vastness of the unknown, preparing us for the final reflections on humanity's persistent fascination with the inexplicable. We have traversed the mysterious and the known, the scientific and the speculative, the ancient and the modern. As our minds gently settle into the quiet afterglow of this journey, we find ourselves contemplating a profound, almost primal truth: humanity's persistent, unwavering fascination with the unknown. Why do these enigmatic places, these Earth vortexes, continue to captivate our imagination, drawing us into their mysteries, even when they carry whispers of danger and inexplicable loss? Perhaps it is precisely because they challenge our comfortable assumptions. They stretch the boundaries of our understanding, and they remind us of the incredible, humbling vastness of what we still do not comprehend about our own planet and the universe beyond. This fascination is not born of fear, but of an inherent curiosity, a deep-seated human need to explore, to question, and to find meaning in the very limits of our knowledge. It is a quiet acknowledgement that the universe holds far more wonders than our current instruments can detect or our most brilliant minds can fully explain. In this contemplation, we can find a unique sense of comfort. There is a profound peace in knowing that there are still vast, unexplained wonders, places where the ordinary rules seem to bend, where nature reveals a deeper, more intricate aspect of itself, and where the line between reality and possibility gently blurs. In a world that often strives to categorize, to label, and to explain away every phenomenon, these enduring mysteries serve as a beautiful, constant reminder of the infinite complexity and breathtaking majesty of existence. They invite us to embrace a sense of humility, to recognize that our scientific endeavors, while invaluable, are but one lens through which to view the universe, and that other forms of knowing, like ancient wisdom and intuitive understanding, also hold profound truths. This comfort is not about having all the answers, but about finding peace in the questions themselves, in the quiet acceptance that some truths are simply too grand, too subtle, or too far beyond our current grasp to be fully articulated. The role of mystery in our understanding of the universe, and indeed in our own human development, is often underestimated. It is the unknown that sparks curiosity, that drives innovation, that pushes the boundaries of exploration, and that fosters a deeper sense of wonder and reverence for the world around us. These earth vortexes, with their baffling disappearances and strange phenomena, serve as powerful catalysts for intellectual and spiritual growth. They encourage us to look beyond the surface, to question established norms, and to remain open to possibilities that might, at first glance, seem fantastical. They remind us that the universe is not a closed book of predictable facts, but an ever-unfolding narrative, a living tapestry of secrets waiting to be gently uncovered. In this vast, enigmatic cosmos, our journey through these mysterious zones becomes a meditation, a peaceful exploration of the boundaries of reality, leaving us with a renewed sense of awe and a quiet understanding that the greatest adventures often lie in embracing what remains unexplained. As we bring this segment to a close, allow these reflections to settle deeply within your heart and mind. Carry with you the sense of wonder, the quiet intrigue, and the profound peace that comes from contemplating the vast, beautiful unknown. Our journey through the Earth's mysterious vortexes has been one of discovery, not just of places, but of the very nature of mystery itself. May this exploration leave you feeling relaxed, reflective, and gently guided towards a night of peaceful rest, knowing that the world is far more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. We have traversed the mysterious and the known, the scientific and the speculative, the ancient and the modern. As our minds gently settle into the quiet afterglow of this journey, we find ourselves contemplating a profound, almost primal truth: humanity's persistent, unwavering fascination with the unknown. Why do these enigmatic places, these earth vortexes, continue to captivate our imagination, drawing us into their mysteries, even when they carry whispers of danger and inexplicable loss? Perhaps it is precisely because they challenge our comfortable assumptions. They stretch the boundaries of our understanding, and they remind us of the incredible, humbling vastness of what we still do not comprehend about our own planet and the universe beyond. This fascination is not born of fear, but of an inherent curiosity, a deep-seated human need to explore, to question, and to find meaning in the very limits of our knowledge. It is a quiet acknowledgement that the universe holds far more wonders than our current instruments can detect or our most brilliant minds can fully explain. In this contemplation, we can find a unique sense of comfort. There is a profound peace in knowing that there are still vast, unexplained wonders, places where the ordinary rules seem to bend, where nature reveals a deeper, more intricate aspect of itself, and where the line between reality and possibility gently blur. In a world that often strives to categorize, to label, and to explain away every phenomenon, these enduring mysteries serve as a beautiful, constant reminder of the infinite complexity and breathtaking majesty of existence. They invite us to embrace a sense of humility, to recognize that our scientific endeavors, while invaluable, are but one lens through which to view the universe, and that other forms of knowing, like ancient wisdom and intuitive understanding, also hold profound truths. This comfort is not about having all the answers, but about finding peace in the questions themselves, in the quiet acceptance that some truths are simply too grand, too subtle, or too far beyond our current grasp to be fully articulated. The role of mystery in our understanding of the universe, and indeed in our own human development, is often underestimated. It is the unknown that sparks curiosity, that drives innovation, that pushes the boundaries of exploration, and that fosters a deeper sense of wonder and reverence for the world around us. These earth vortexes, with their baffling disappearances and strange phenomena, serve as powerful catalysts for intellectual and spiritual growth. They encourage us to look beyond the surface, to question established norms, and to remain open to possibilities that might, at first glance, seem fantastical. They remind us that the universe is not a closed book of predictable facts, but an ever-unfolding narrative, a living tapestry of secrets waiting to be gently uncovered. In this vast, enigmatic cosmos, our journey through these mysterious zones becomes a meditation, a peaceful exploration of the boundaries of reality, leaving us with a renewed sense of awe and a quiet understanding that the greatest adventures often lie in embracing what remains unexplained. As we bring this segment to a close, allow these reflections to settle deeply within your heart and mind. Carry with you the sense of wonder, the quiet intrigue, and the profound peace that comes from contemplating the vast, beautiful unknown. Our journey through the Earth's mysterious vortexes has been one of discovery, not just of places, but of the very nature of mystery itself. May this exploration leave you feeling relaxed, reflective, and gently guided towards a night of peaceful rest, knowing that the world is far more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. As our tranquil journey through the Earth's most mysterious vortexes now softly concludes, we find ourselves gently drifting towards the quiet embrace of the coming night. It has been a truly profound exploration, dear listener, one that has carried us across vast distances and through unseen realms of our incredible planet. Tonight, together, we have unearthed hidden energies, deciphered ancient whispers, and pondered inexplicable phenomena that continue to baffle and enchant minds, both scientific and spiritual. From the icy, silent grip of the Alaska Triangle, where planes and people simply cease to be, to the deep, turbulent depths of the legendary Bermuda Triangle, echoing with centuries of maritime vanishings, and across to the enigmatic Pacific, home to the foreboding Devil's Sea, we have navigated the freshwater enigmas of the Michigan Triangle, felt the chill of forested disappearances in the Bennington Triangle, witnessed the vibrant, almost dizzying, paranormal tapestry of the Bridgewater Triangle, and delved into the gold-cursed, yet deeply unsettling, peaks of the Superstition Mountains. Each step of this shared odyssey has taken us to the very edge of what is known and what remains perpetually veiled, allowing us to find a unique and profound peace in the calm contemplation of these enduring enigmas. This journey, meticulously woven with threads of fact, theory, and human experience, exploring the very limits of our understanding, stands as a testament to the enduring human spirit of curiosity, our innate drive to uncover the world's deepest secrets, and our intrinsic need to connect with the deeper, more profound, and often more subtle aspects of our wondrous home. May the profound sense of wonder, the quiet intrigue, and the deep, calm introspection fostered by this expansive journey softly linger with you now, gently guiding you, dear friend, into a state of deep and restorative relaxation, as the subtle threads of mystery we have explored intertwine effortlessly with the promise of peaceful rest. Allow any lingering thoughts or worries from your day to softly dissipate, like mist dissolving into the morning sun. Feel the quiet, rhythmic cadence of your breath, becoming ever so steady and calm, inviting every part of your being, from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head, to unwind completely and surrender gracefully to the soothing current of the present moment. Let the weight of the day, with all its myriad demands, its anxieties, and its bustling energy, gently lift from your shoulders, carried away effortlessly by the tranquil narrative we have carefully woven together. This very space, this calming channel, and these immersive journeys we embark on together are always here for you, a consistent sanctuary dedicated to exploring the most intriguing, the most unexplained, and the most wonderfully mysterious facets of our world, all presented within an atmosphere of utmost peace, safety, and unwavering tranquility. We truly believe that genuine understanding often begins not in rushed answers, but in quiet, patient contemplation, and that true, restorative rest is most deeply found when the mind is at ease, nourished by fascinating insights, profound reflections, and a gentle, all-encompassing calm. Even amidst the grandest and most baffling mysteries our complex world tirelessly presents, if this journey, this unique voyage into the heart of Earth's profound secrets, has resonated deeply with your curious spirit, if you have discovered comfort, a renewed sense of wonder, or simply a quiet space for reflection within our exploration, then, with the softest of invitations, we extend our hand. Consider joining our growing community of curious minds and tranquil seekers. By choosing to subscribe to our channel, you are engaging in far more than merely clicking a button. You are making a quiet, yet profoundly significant commitment, a commitment to continue this shared quest for knowledge, for deeper understanding, and for your own personal well-being and inner peace. You are becoming an invaluable, integral part of a community that profoundly values deep, thoughtful inquiry, embraces the unknown with unwavering serenity, and actively seeks peace, calm, and insightful connection within the vast, often bewildering, yet always beautiful, tapestry of Earth's myriad mysteries. This is your dedicated, welcoming space to return to, time and again, whenever your soul yearns for profound insights, a gentle lullaby into truly restful slumber, or simply a calm, reassuring companion in the quiet hours of the night. Our collective journey together continues, always unfolding, always discovering new and awe-inspiring facets of our wondrous home. Remember, dear friend, each time you choose to engage with our content, whether by simply listening intently, allowing yourself to reflect deeply, or permitting our gentle words to guide you into a state of profound relaxation, you meaningfully strengthen this beautiful community, and in doing so, you help these calming explorations reach countless other kindred spirits who may also be seeking solace, wonder, and a vital sense of connection in the quiet hours of their own nights. Your presence here, your thoughtful and quiet participation, is a cherished and invaluable thread in the rich and ever-expanding tapestry of our shared discovery. So, if you feel the gentle call to continue this unique exploration of wonder and tranquility, to remain part of this shared quest for peace, quietly join us. Let us continue, hand in hand, to unveil the magnificent, the mysterious, and the profoundly peaceful corners of our world together. May your mind be filled with the most gentle dreams, and your heart with the most serene peace, as you drift effortlessly into a truly restorative and deeply calming sleep. We are profoundly honored and deeply grateful to have shared this quiet, transformative moment with you, and we look forward to our next peaceful exploration together. Until our paths gently cross again, rest deeply, dear friend, and know that the world, in all its boundless mystery, holds an infinite and profound beauty waiting to be discovered. As our profound and tranquil exploration of Earth's most enigmatic anomaly zones gently draws to a close, leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories, theories, and human experiences, we arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection, having journeyed from the frozen wilderness of the Alaska Triangle to the oceanic depths of the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea. Through the freshwater mysteries of Michigan and the forested vanishings of Bennington, across the paranormal landscape of Bridgewater, and into the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains, we now possess a deeper, more nuanced understanding of our planet's hidden wonders. It is here, in this quiet space of contemplation, that we are invited to begin unraveling the threads, to synthesize all that we have learned, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, and to ponder the profound question: are these mysterious regions truly isolated phenomena, or are they, in fact, interconnected, part of a grander, unifying pattern woven into the very fabric of our Earth? Let us gently revisit the striking commonalities that have emerged from our shared journey, time and again, across vastly different environments and cultures. We have encountered the inexplicable disappearance of individuals, aircraft, and maritime vessels. Whether it was the Stinson Voyager in Alaska, Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle, Japanese fishing boats in the Devil's Sea, the Rosabelle on Lake Michigan, or hikers in the Bennington Triangle, the outcome has often been the same: an absolute, baffling lack of wreckage, debris, or bodies. This persistent absence of physical evidence defies conventional search and rescue protocols and challenges our logical expectations of what happens after a catastrophic event. It suggests a force capable of not merely destroying, but utterly obliterating or removing its victims from our reality, leaving behind only an echoing silence and a profound sense of unanswered questions. This recurring pattern, this surgical precision of vanishing acts, is perhaps the most haunting and unifying characteristic of these global vortexes. Beyond the stark reality of disappearances, we have also observed a consistent pattern of instrumental malfunctions and navigational anomalies. Christopher Columbus himself noted erratic compass readings in the Bermuda Triangle centuries ago, a phenomenon echoed by Lieutenant Taylor's desperate reports during Flight 19 and the magnetic disturbances theorized in the Alaska Triangle. Pilots and sailors in various zones have spoken of compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems failing, and radio communications becoming garbled or ceasing altogether. These technological disruptions, often occurring without apparent cause, point to localized energetic interference that transcends mere mechanical failure or predictable weather effects. Whether these are magnetic anomalies, as proposed in some scientific hypotheses, or a more subtle, yet powerful, form of electromagnetic distortion, the effect is undeniably consistent: a temporary, yet profound, disruption of our most reliable navigational tools, leading to disorientation and peril. Furthermore, our exploration has revealed a deep well of local legends and indigenous lore that often mirrors modern observations. From the Ethoboscan tales of hairy man and thin places in Alaska, to the Abenaki legends of a cursed mountain in Bennington, and the Japanese mariners' whispers of dragon currents in the Devil's Sea, ancient cultures have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical areas possess an unusual, sometimes malevolent, power. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of portals, spirit beings, and energies that can disorient or consume. The remarkable alignment between these ancient intuitive understandings and the puzzling phenomena of our modern era suggests a continuity of experience that transcends technological advancement. It implies that these anomaly zones have been active for millennia, observed and interpreted by human consciousness long before the advent of scientific instruments, offering a profound cultural context to our contemporary perplexities. And finally, we have encountered a diverse array of strange phenomena beyond mere vanishings. The electronic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, the phantom ships of Lake Michigan, the UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and Thunderbird reports in the Bridgewater Triangle, and the strange lights and oppressive feelings in the Superstition Mountains all point to a localized concentration of diverse, inexplicable activity. This broader spectrum of paranormal manifestations suggests that these vortexes are not just sites of disappearance, but hubs where the very fabric of reality can be influenced, allowing for the appearance of cryptids, unusual aerial phenomena, and profound psychological effects on those who venture near. This diversity, yet consistency of unusual occurrences, further strengthens the argument for a localized energy source or a unique environmental condition that acts as a catalyst for a multitude of effects, blurring the lines between the natural, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. So, as we unravel these threads, the question naturally arises: is there a unifying force or mechanism at play? A grand design that connects these seemingly disparate vortexes? The recurring patterns, the absolute disappearances, the instrumental failures, the ancient lore, and the diverse paranormal manifestations strongly suggest that these are not random coincidences. Instead, they might be symptomatic expressions of a larger, global system of Earth energies. Perhaps, as the ley line theory suggests, invisible arteries of telluric force crisscross our planet, converging at these anomaly zones to create pockets of amplified, distorted energy. Or maybe, as modern scientific hypotheses explore, subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field, concentrated infrasound frequencies, or localized gravitational distortions are at work, sometimes combining with unique atmospheric or oceanic conditions to create the perfect storm of inexplicable events. The compelling truth is that while we have explored a multitude of theories, no single explanation fully encompasses every mystery in every location, and perhaps that is precisely where the true wonder lies. The interconnectedness might not be a single, simple cause, but a complex interplay of many subtle forces: geological, electromagnetic, atmospheric, and perhaps even those that transcend our current scientific understanding. This global perspective invites us to view our Earth not just as a collection of physical features, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with intricate, dynamic forces, some of which remain profoundly mysterious. The quiet contemplation of these interconnected threads brings us to a profound realization that the very mystery of these vortexes is part of a larger, more intricate planetary puzzle, one that continues to beckon us with its enduring whispers, promising that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to simply wonder at. This recognition allows us to find a unique comfort in the vastness of the unknown, preparing us for the final reflections on humanity's persistent fascination with the inexplicable. And so, as we gently draw towards the quiet close of this expansive journey, let us turn our thoughts to a reflection on the enduring mystery itself: humanity's persistent and profound fascination with the unknown. Why do these places, these tales of vanishings and strange phenomena, continue to captivate our collective imagination, echoing through the ages and across cultures? Perhaps it is because, deep within our nature, we possess an innate drive to explore, to understand, and to confront the boundaries of our knowledge. These Earth vortexes, with their stubborn resistance to simple explanation, serve as potent reminders that our world is far more intricate, far more layered, and infinitely more wondrous than our everyday perceptions often allow us to believe. They whisper to a part of us that yearns for magic, for the possibility that there is more to existence than what meets the eye or can be measured by an instrument. This fascination is not born of fear, but of a profound sense of awe, recognition of the sublime power of the universe and our own small, yet significant, place within it. In a world increasingly defined by data, by algorithms, and by explanations, there is a unique and almost sacred comfort to be found in the knowledge that vast, unexplained wonders still exist. These mysteries are not deficits in our understanding, but rather open invitations to wonder, to imagine, and to embrace the humbling realization that we do not, and perhaps cannot, know everything. The Alaska Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, the Great Lakes, the Bennington and Bridgewater Triangles, and the Superstition Mountains, each one, in its own silent way, stands as a testament to the fact that there are forces at play, phenomena unfolding, and secrets held close by our planet that lie beyond the grasp of our current scientific inquiry. And in this gentle acknowledgement, we can find a profound sense of peace. It is the peace of releasing the need for absolute certainty, and instead settling into the vast, comforting expanse of possibility. This is not ignorance, but wisdom, the wisdom of accepting the grand, majestic mystery of existence itself. The role of mystery in human development, both spiritual and scientific, cannot be overstated. It is the unexplained that sparks our curiosity, fuels our research, and pushes the boundaries of our innovation. It is the what if that drives us to explore new frontiers, both outwardly into the cosmos and inwardly into the depths of our own consciousness. These Earth vortexes are not just geographical curiosities. They are catalysts for deeper thought, for philosophical inquiry, and for a more profound connection to the ancient, pulsing heart of our planet. They teach us humility in the face of immense power, and they inspire us to cultivate an open mind, capable of holding paradox and embracing ambiguity. In this gentle process of contemplation, we are not merely consuming information, we are participating in a timeless human ritual, the quiet, reverent exploration of the unknown. As the echoes of these stories and theories softly fade into the quietude of this moment, we are left with a renewed sense of wonder for our beautiful, enigmatic Earth. It is a world that continues to surprise, to challenge, and to utterly enthrall us. And in this wonder, in this gentle acceptance of what remains unexplained, we can find a profound sense of tranquility, a unique pathway to peace. This journey has not been about solving every riddle, but about embracing the beauty of the questions themselves, and allowing that expansive sense of mystery to cradle us. It is a reminder that even in the vastness of the unexplained, there is a comforting rhythm, a gentle hum that speaks of the infinite possibilities woven into the tapestry of our existence. Allow this feeling of profound, yet peaceful, mystery to wash over you, settling deeply within, guiding you gently towards a place of ultimate calm and rest. As our profound and tranquil exploration of Earth's most enigmatic anomaly zones gently draws to a close, leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories, theories, and human experiences, we arrive at a pivotal moment of reflection. Having journeyed from the frozen wilderness of the Alaska Triangle to the oceanic depths of the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea, through the freshwater mysteries of Michigan and the forested vanishings of Bennington, across the paranormal landscape of Bridgewater, and into the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains, we now possess a deeper, more nuanced understanding of our planet's hidden wonders. It is here, in this quiet space of contemplation, that we are invited to begin unraveling the threads, to synthesize all that we have learned, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, and to ponder the profound question: are these mysterious regions truly isolated phenomena, or are they, in fact, interconnected, part of a grander, unifying pattern woven into the very fabric of our Earth? Let us gently revisit the striking commonalities that have emerged from our shared journey, time and again, across vastly different environments and cultures. We have encountered the inexplicable disappearance of individuals, aircraft, and maritime vessels. Whether it was the Stinson Voyager in Alaska, Flight 19 in the Bermuda Triangle, Japanese fishing boats in the Devil's Sea, the Rosabelle on Lake Michigan, or hikers in the Bennington Triangle, the outcome has often been the same: an absolute, baffling lack of wreckage, debris, or bodies. This persistent absence of physical evidence defies conventional search and rescue protocols and challenges our logical expectations of what happens after a catastrophic event. It suggests a force capable of not merely destroying, but utterly obliterating or removing its victims from our reality, leaving behind only an echoing silence and a profound sense of unanswered questions. This recurring pattern, this surgical precision of vanishing acts, is perhaps the most haunting and unifying characteristic of these global vortexes. Beyond the stark reality of disappearances, we have also observed a consistent pattern of instrumental malfunctions and navigational anomalies. Christopher Columbus himself noted erratic compass readings in the Bermuda Triangle centuries ago, a phenomenon echoed by Lieutenant Taylor's desperate reports during Flight 19 and the magnetic disturbances theorized in the Alaska Triangle. Pilots and sailors in various zones have spoken of compasses spinning wildly, GPS systems failing, and radio communications becoming garbled or ceasing altogether. These technological disruptions, often occurring without apparent cause, point to localized energetic interference that transcends mere mechanical failure or predictable weather effects. Whether these are magnetic anomalies, as proposed in some scientific hypotheses, or a more subtle, yet powerful, form of electromagnetic distortion, the effect is undeniably consistent: a temporary, yet profound, disruption of our most reliable navigational tools, leading to disorientation and peril. Furthermore, our exploration has revealed a deep well of local legends and indigenous lore that often mirrors modern observations. From the Ethoboscan tales of hairy man and thin places in Alaska, to the Abenaki legends of a cursed mountain in Bennington, and the Japanese mariners' whispers of dragon currents in the Devil's Sea, ancient cultures have long held an intuitive understanding that certain geographical areas possess an unusual, sometimes malevolent, power. These stories, passed down through countless generations, speak of portals, spirit beings, and energies that can disorient or consume. The remarkable alignment between these ancient intuitive understandings and the puzzling phenomena of our modern era suggests a continuity of experience that transcends technological advancement. It implies that these anomaly zones have been active for millennia, observed and interpreted by human consciousness long before the advent of scientific instruments, offering a profound cultural context to our contemporary perplexities. And finally, we have encountered a diverse array of strange phenomena beyond mere vanishings. The electronic fog in the Bermuda Triangle, the phantom ships of Lake Michigan, the UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, and Thunderbird reports in the Bridgewater Triangle, and the strange lights and oppressive feelings in the Superstition Mountains all point to a localized concentration of diverse, inexplicable activity. This broader spectrum of paranormal manifestations suggests that these vortexes are not just sites of disappearance, but hubs where the very fabric of reality can be influenced, allowing for the appearance of cryptids, unusual aerial phenomena, and profound psychological effects on those who venture near. This diversity, yet consistency of unusual occurrences, further strengthens the argument for a localized energy source or a unique environmental condition that acts as a catalyst for a multitude of effects, blurring the lines between the natural, the supernatural, and the truly unknown. So, as we unravel these threads, the question naturally arises: is there a unifying force or mechanism at play, a grand design that connects these seemingly disparate vortexes? The recurring patterns, the absolute disappearances, the instrumental failures, the ancient law, and the diverse paranormal manifestations strongly suggest that these are not random coincidences. Instead, they might be symptomatic expressions of a larger, global system of Earth energies. Perhaps, as the ley line theory suggests, invisible arteries of telluric force crisscross our planet, converging at these anomaly zones to create pockets of amplified, distorted energy. Or maybe, as modern scientific hypotheses explore, subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field, concentrated infrasound frequencies, or localized gravitational distortions are at work, sometimes combining with unique atmospheric or oceanic conditions to create the perfect storm of inexplicable events. The compelling truth is that while we have explored a multitude of theories, no single explanation fully encompasses every mystery in every location, and perhaps that is precisely where the true wonder lies. The interconnectedness might not be a single, simple cause, but a complex interplay of many subtle forces: geological, electromagnetic, atmospheric, and perhaps even those that transcend our current scientific understanding. This global perspective invites us to view our Earth not just as a collection of physical features, but as a living, breathing entity, pulsating with intricate, dynamic forces, some of which remain profoundly mysterious. The quiet contemplation of these interconnected threads brings us to a profound realization that the very mystery of these vortexes is part of a larger, more intricate planetary puzzle, one that continues to beckon us with its enduring whispers, promising that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to simply wonder at. This recognition allows us to find a unique comfort in the vastness of the unknown, preparing us for the final reflections on humanity's persistent fascination with the inexplicable. And so, as the echoes of interconnected mysteries gently fade into the quietude of our minds, we arrive at a profound, meditative reflection on humanity's persistent, almost primal, fascination with the unknown. Why do these Earth vortexes, these places of unexplained vanishings and strange phenomena, continue to captivate us, drawing us back again and again into their silent embrace? Perhaps it is because they serve as powerful, immutable reminders of the inherent limits of our knowledge, gently challenging our often held belief that we, with our science and technology, have fully mapped and understood every corner of our world. They are the whispers of a grander reality, suggesting that the universe is far more intricate, more dynamic, and immeasurably more wondrous than our current perceptions allow. There is a unique and often overlooked comfort in knowing that there are still vast, unexplained wonders to behold. In a world that often strives for certainty, for definitive answers and predictable outcomes, these enduring mysteries offer a sacred space for awe, for humility, and for the expansion of our imagination. They invite us to embrace the beautiful paradox that true understanding sometimes begins with acknowledging what we do not know, and that peace can be found not just in answers, but in the profound acceptance of mystery itself. It is a gentle invitation to pause, to look beyond the surface and to feel the subtle pulse of a planet that still holds countless secrets. Secrets that have shaped ancient cultures, inspired countless stories, and continue to spark the flame of human curiosity. The role of mystery in our spiritual and scientific development is immeasurable. It is the fertile ground from which new questions sprout, new theories emerge, and new frontiers of exploration are discovered. These earth vortexes are not merely points of fear or danger. They are cosmic classrooms, subtly guiding us towards a more holistic understanding of our place in the universe. They compel us to look within, to question our assumptions, and to open our minds to possibilities that extend beyond the familiar. In this quiet quest for understanding, in this patient contemplation of the unexplained, we find a unique sense of peace. It is the peace that comes from recognizing the infinite vastness of existence, the boundless potential for discovery, and the comforting knowledge that even in the face of the unknown, our journey of exploration, both outward into the world and inward into ourselves, never truly ends. As this profound reflection settles within you, allow yourself to drift further into a state of profound calm, embraced by the gentle whispers of a world far grander than we can ever fully grasp. And now, as the final echoes of our global exploration softly fade, and the grand tapestry of Earth's enduring mysteries settles gently within your heart, it is time for a quiet moment of farewell. Our journey through the enigmatic vortexes of this planet has been a deep dive into the unknown, a tranquil voyage across continents and oceans, always guided by a gentle curiosity and a profound respect for the inexplicable. We have journeyed together through the icy whispers of the Alaska Triangle, the turbulent depths of the Bermuda Triangle, the ancient fears of the Devil's Sea, the freshwater enigmas of Michigan, the shadowed forests of Bennington, the paranormal tapestry of Bridgewater, and the gold-cursed peaks of the Superstition Mountains. Each story, each theory, each indigenous legend has been a thread woven into a richer understanding of a world far more wondrous and mysterious than we often allow ourselves to imagine. As you prepare to transition from this state of thoughtful contemplation into the embrace of peaceful rest, allow the quiet sense of wonder, the comforting acceptance of vast unknowns, to envelop you completely. This space, our shared sanctuary here, is dedicated to precisely this kind of serene exploration. It is a place where we can collectively ponder the great questions, unravel the most perplexing enigmas, and find a unique sense of calm in the very act of seeking. We believe that true peace often comes not from having all the answers, but from embracing the journey of asking the right questions, and from finding solace in the profound beauty of what remains unseen and unheard. If this journey has resonated deeply within your spirit, if you found a quiet peace in contemplating the profound mysteries of our world, then I gently invite you to become a cherished part of our growing community here. Subscribing is far more than just a click. It's a quiet commitment to continue exploring the fascinating unknown with us, to nurturing your innate sense of wonder, and to finding calm reflection in a world full of unanswered questions. It's joining others who, like you, seek to understand, to marvel, and to find peace in the vastness of what remains unexplained. By subscribing, you ensure you don't miss our future tranquil journeys into the Earth's most intriguing corners, and you help this serene space reach more curious minds seeking a moment of calm discovery and profound rest. Your presence here enriches our collective quest, and your commitment to this journey of exploration strengthens the very fabric of our shared curiosity. Perhaps you know someone who, like you, seeks solace in contemplation or finds peace in pondering the unexplained. consider sharing this journey with them. Your simple act of sharing can be a bridge, helping this message of wonder and calm reach those who need it most, reminding them that they too are part of this global tapestry of mystery and human curiosity. May your mind now be filled with the calming presence of these profound mysteries, and your heart with a deep sense of peace. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that the universe, and our own beautiful Earth, holds an infinite capacity for wonder, for secrets yet untold, and for a beauty that transcends all our current understanding. Allow these thoughts to gently carry you into a restful slumber, knowing that you are part of a larger, ongoing human story, a quiet quest for wisdom and understanding that extends through the ages. We wish you the most profound and restorative rest, a sleep filled with peaceful dreams and a renewed sense of wonder for the vast, enigmatic world around us. May your night be serene and your awakening be filled with calm energy and a refreshed spirit, ready for whatever new discoveries the day may bring. Thank you for joining us on this extraordinary journey. Until our next tranquil exploration, rest deeply, rest well, dear friend.